Chapter 53. There were a lot of four-leaved grasses, but a three-leaved variant of oxalis was not so easy to find. Most of the ones sold on the market were not four-leaved oxalis. As Xiaofan said, the probability of encountering this kind of four-leaved oxalis was not high. Otherwise, the market would not replace it with other grasses. Just that. Looking at the clump of four-leaved oxalis in front of him, Zhang Tan's mood was complicated. Zhang Tan felt that if the students outside knew about this, they would definitely come over and finish this clump. No wonder there were not many things planted here. But the flower shed door was usually closed tightly. In addition to the reason of the flower shed itself, Old Man Lan must also know about these oxalis. Zhang Tan raised his paw to move these oxalis. As he was cursing in his heart, he suddenly noticed a special individual. It was smaller than the surrounding leaves, but the reason why Zhang Tan noticed it was mainly because its leaves were a little strange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Zhang Tan counted again. There were indeed 9 leaves. Could it be that 3 plants grew side by side? Looking at this grass, the stems of the other branches were still very ordinary, but this stem with 9 leaves was indeed thicker than the others. However, although the stem was thick, the 9 leaves were very small. The largest leaf was only 2/3 of the other plants, and the small leaf was only a little bit. It could barely be seen growing on it. However, even if its leaves were small, there were still 9 leaves growing on each other. 9 leaves. How could this happen? Was it a product of the mutation of other plants in the past? Zhang Tan couldn't understand. However, if he didn't understand, then so be it. Zhang Tan was too lazy to be entangled. Then, he looked at the leaves on the other branches of the plant. They all had 3 leaves. Only this branch had 9 leaves. Zhang Tan was ready to pull up the whole plant along with the leaves of the other branches. However, he didn't control his strength and broke it. This made Zhang Tan depressed. Sure enough, cat claws were not as good as human fingers. Ignoring the other branches, Zhang Tan picked up the branch with 9 leaves and walked out. Black charcoal, what's that in your mouth? Old Man Lan said to Zhang Tan after finishing his work in the flower shed. When he walked out, he saw him with something in his mouth. Zhang Tan glanced at the old man and then at the flower shed. Oh, you found out. That's something I've kept for myself. Out of habit, Old Man Lan was showing off his work, but when he saw the stalk of grass in Zhang Tan's mouth, his voice stopped abruptly. Zhang Tan ignored him, jumped directly from the box to the roof of the flower shed, and ran away in the blink of an eye. Old Man Lan was still standing where he was, recalling the scene he had just witnessed. What black charcoal was holding seemed to be more than 4 leaves. There were at least 6 or even 7 leaves. However, Old Man Lan was only stunned for a moment. He didn't care about the oxalis grass the most. Those were just for fun. In the entire flower garden, he cared about his orchids the most, so he quickly forgot about the oxalis grass Zhang Tan found. Coming out of Old Man Lan's small flower garden, Zhang Tan went directly to the West District family compound. Every time Zhang Tan came out, it was during class and work hours, so there weren't many people. There were still some people in the campus, but there weren't many people in the family compound. When he entered the West District family compound, a cat rushed over with a threatening growl. Zhang Tan ignored it and ran directly to the small high-rise building where Xiaofan lived. There was a door guard downstairs. Zhang Tan waited for a while. When someone came out, Zhang Tan took advantage of the gap and ran in. The person who came out was Xiaofan's nanny who was throwing the trash downstairs. When Zhang Tan rushed in, the nanny was so scared that she almost threw out the trash bag in her hand. She hated black cats the most. Just now, the black cat passed by her feet. Although it didn't touch her, she felt goosebumps all over her body. After thinking about it, the nanny decided to walk around downstairs before going up. She didn't want to go upstairs and face the black cat. She always felt that the black cat was very evil. If it weren't for Xiaofan and Professor Ye's words, she would have already hit the cat with the pan. Throwing the trash in her hand into the trash can, the middle-aged nanny shook her head. She really didn't know what Xiaofan and Professor Ye were thinking. Weren't they afraid that the child would have problems? Although the nanny hadn't been here for long, she usually chatted with some of the teacher's family members in the compound when she was bored and knew some things. She heard that the child in Xiaofan's belly was not guaranteed to be healthy. Even if there were no abnormalities found so far, who knew? Many people said that even if there were no abnormalities, the child's IQ was very likely to be different from ordinary children. There were such examples before. Now the child was in his teens, but his IQ was not even comparable to those in kindergarten. Wind from an empty cave may not be without cause. These people's guesses were also well-founded. After all, according to the time, when Xiao Zhua was accidentally pregnant, she was following up on a project of Lord Zhang. That project came into contact with some radioactive elements, even if there were protective measures, but even the doctors in the affiliated hospital were not optimistic. In order to avoid trouble if he took the elevator and other people bumped into him, Zhang Tan chose to take the stairs. It was only 6 floors. Zhang Tan climbed 5 floors every day. This height was nothing to Zhang Tan. When he arrived at room 606, Zhang Tan jumped up and pressed the doorbell. The nanny should still be downstairs. It was not convenient for Xiao Zhua to move around at home alone, so after Zhang Tan pressed the doorbell twice, he squatted in front of the door and waited. After waiting for a while, the door opened. At first, Xiao Zhua thought that the nanny didn't bring the key and didn't see anyone when she opened the door. She looked down and saw Zhang Tan squatting in front of the door. Before Xiao Zhua could see what Zhang Tan was holding in his mouth, Zhang Tan had already run through the door. He jumped onto the moon chair in Xiao Zhua's room and lay on his stomach, panting. Xiao Zhua took the small cup that Zhang Tan used to drink water from the water dispenser. She tested the temperature of the water before putting it on the desk. Zhang Tan jumped onto the desk and drank some water. In fact, he was not very thirsty. He stopped after licking 2 mouthfuls. In the past, Zhang Tan was not used to this way of drinking water. Later, he gradually got used to this non-human way of drinking water. Xiao Zhua was really happy to see Zhang Tan. She didn't expect this black cat to come again in the afternoon after coming in the morning. Xiao Zhua knew what the eyes of the people around her meant. Therefore, many times, Xiao Zhua was not willing to go out and face those people. Occasionally, when she went out for a walk, she would choose to do so when there were fewer people around. There were always those people who seemed to care about you, but every word they said stabbed you in the heart. However, every time she was with this cat, Xiao Zhua always felt especially relaxed. Therefore, Xiao Zhua had already made up her mind that if she could come back in the future, she would also raise a cat at home. Zhang Tan finished drinking the water and saw that Xiao Zhua was still looking at him. He did not notice the grass on the moon chair, so he used his chin to point in the direction of the moon chair. When Xiao Zhua saw this, she looked towards the moon chair. Xiao Zhua picked up the grass on the chair. When she saw it clearly, her face was full of disbelief. She looked at Zhang Tan and then at the grass in the palm of her hand. 9 leaves, like the petals of a flower, stacked together. The smallest leaf in the center was only that big, but it was indeed 9 leaves. Xiao Zhua heard from the junior who had transferred to another hospital that the 4-leaf clover had given her that the extra leaf of the lucky grass represented luck. There were also the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th leaves. They all had their own meanings. What did the 9th leaf represent? It represented a narrow escape, the good luck of a phoenix's nirvana. A narrow escape, the phoenix's nirvana. Although it was just a legend, something that people used to comfort themselves, when people were at the bottom of the valley, when they were close to despair, there would always be something that made them persevere. It could be a belief, a person, something, or some obsession. After knowing that she was pregnant, although Xiao Zhua did not show much on her face, she had never let go of her worries. She hoped that her child would be healthy. It did not need to be too smart, as long as it was healthy. However, the word healthy was an extravagant hope for someone in Xiao Zhua's situation. The gazes of the people around her and the words they said behind her back were so oppressive that Xiao Zhua could not breathe. And now, the lucky grass with 9 leaves in her hand made Xiao Zhua suddenly have the urge to cry out loud. The 9-leaf clover in her hand was not big. People had always thought that it was just a legendary 9-leaf clover. It was as if Xiao Zhua had seen a shining star in the darkness of despair. Where the star pointed was the direction of hope. Zhang Tan stood on the desk while Xiao Zhua sat on the recliner looking down at the grass in her hand. Therefore, Zhang Tan could not see the expression on Xiao Zhua's face. However, seeing the droplets of tears falling, Zhang Tan was also at a loss. Crying? It can't be, right? It's just a piece of broken grass. Is there a need to cry? Pregnant women are so sentimental. Shaking his beard, Zhang Tan really did not know how to react. Not long after, Xiaofan sniffed and said, "A four-leaf clover is not easy to find. Many people can't find one even after searching for a long time. I didn't expect you to be able to find this." Zheng Tan really wanted to say that this four-leaf clover was not difficult to find. Really, Old Man Lon had a lot of them hidden in his flower shed. "Child, even if mommy can't come back in the future and can't accompany you, Brother He will accompany you," Xiaofan whispered. Zheng Tan pulled his ears. In his mind, he recalled the scene of a little kid in Huang's house grabbing Huang's tail and sending it into his mouth. Then, Zheng Tan was horrified. "I don't want to take care of children. Calling him Brother He is useless. I can't even call him Daddy. I'm just a cat now. They'll grab my tail and pull my ears. They'll even cry at me for no reason." Zheng Tan was a little confused by Xiaojua's reaction. Xiaojua even said that she wanted to thank Zheng Tan properly. However, looking at Xiaojua's expression, Zheng Tan was afraid that something bad would happen. With such a big belly and so sentimental, was it really okay? Fortunately, at this moment, the nanny came back. Zheng Tan took the opportunity to run out. Not long after, when Zheng Tan met Xiaojua again, who was walking outside with the nanny to bask in the sun, Xiaojua showed Zheng Tan the pendant hanging around her neck. The pendant was slightly bigger than a longan fruit. Inside it was the 9-leaf clover that Zheng Tan found. The material that wrapped the clover was unknown. It was neither plastic nor glass. The material was transparent. However, because of the plant inside, the pendant looked green and full of vitality. The nanny was sitting on another chair 10 meters away. She was a little far from Xiaojua and Zheng Tan. She could not see what Xiaojua was hanging and was not interested. Now, her attention was on Zheng Tan. She was afraid that Zheng Tan would run over. If Xiaojua was not here, the nanny would have run away the moment she saw Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan felt that Xiaojua was a little different today. Compared to the Xiaojua before, Xiaojua felt more lively. Unlike before, even when she smiled, there was a trace of melancholy. Zheng Tan yawned and shook his fur. Seeing that Xiaojua and the nanny had walked away, Zheng Tan continued to walk forward. He was going to go to Zhao Pa's office to sleep. Recently, Zhao Ma's colleagues often came to the house to play, so Zheng Tan did not want to stay at home and face those unfamiliar people. When he arrived at the biology building, Zheng Tan did not immediately go to Zhao Pa's office. He saw a group of people dissecting white mice in the public laboratory on the first floor. Although he did not see Exin, Zheng Tan saw a familiar face. Wasn't this the beef jerky? Zheng Tan did not remember Su Chu's name, but he remembered his Inner Mongolian beef jerky. Su Chu's size was very eye-catching among those people. He was wearing a sweater inside and a white lab coat on the outside. After the winter break, he had put on some weight and looked like a polar bear. Zheng Tan was suddenly interested. He squatted on a camphor tree outside the window of the public laboratory on the first floor and looked over there. The windows of the laboratory were not all closed, so Zheng Tan could hear the voices of those people inside. At the beginning of March, the scores of the graduate entrance examination were announced. As for the cutoff score for the second round, because Tsinghua University was an independent university, the cutoff score was released before the national cutoff score. In the middle of March, all the faculties announced the cutoff score one after another. When Zheng Tan was at home, he heard Zhao Pa mention that the big guy did not exceed the cutoff score by much, but at least he passed the cutoff score. It was reasonable to say that the second round would take 2 weeks, and it was based on the ratio of 1:1. With a 2:1 ratio difference, those who passed the cutoff score would be eliminated. However, when the scores of the first round were announced, many people with higher scores had already started to contact the teachers in the university. As for those with lower scores, they had already started to look for connections to find a teacher they liked and settle down. After all, the person who decided whether you could stay or not was still the teacher who had a spot for the graduate entrance examination. If the teacher decided on you, you would pass regardless of your score. Therefore, many people had already decided before the second round. When the time came, the second round was just a formality. This was a semi-public internal rule, and many universities were like this. Zheng Tan only knew about it when he heard Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma's discussion. As for the beef jerky guy, Zhao Pa seemed to have already decided on him. Otherwise, he would not have let him come over to familiarize himself with the laboratory. At this moment, the big guy was laughing and chatting with the others. His hands were not careless at all, and his knife skills were very sharp. After the dissection, the tweezers could accurately find the part to be sampled. Su Chu's score for the first round was not high. Under normal circumstances, people like this were more likely to be eliminated in the second round. However, Su Chu was now standing in the laboratory to study under the instructions of Associate Professor Zhao. This meant that this person had already been decided. He would officially become a member of the university in September. The other senior graduate students in the university also understood the significance of this. Therefore, they were very willing to accept this prospective junior. In the past 2 days, the big guy often helped some of the seniors in the university carry things and helped the seniors take samples. Therefore, he was quite popular. As for the results, hee. So what if you came in first in the second round? Those who had experienced it before knew that once you entered the university, you would only look at the published articles and the impact factor of the articles. Everything else was bullshit. There were so many classes in the first year of postgraduate studies. As long as you skipped classes to do experiments in the laboratory, your respective supervisors would be happy. Some of the more easygoing supervisors would even help cover up for you, approve leave requests, and so on. When Xin first entered the university, her score was not even in the top 10. But now, when the famous people of this year were mentioned, who would dare to ignore such a person? Xin's name was still hanging on the university's annual honor list. As for the top 10 of the exam results, how many people still remembered them now? When others asked about Su Chu, when they heard that he was Xin's junior, Associate Professor Zhao's subordinate, their attitude became much better, at least on the surface. Senior, the kidney has been extracted. Su Chu shouted. The senior that Su Chu called was not Xin. The other seniors in the university all called him senior. The difference was that Xin was Su Chu's direct senior. They belonged to the same supervisor. However, they usually addressed each other in the same way. There was no distinction between direct and collateral relatives. The senior who wanted to take a sample was talking to someone at the moment. The person next to him heard and said with a smile, "Hey, your kidney has been extracted." Several other people who were taking samples also jeered with Su Chu, "Senior, your kidney." The senior held a pair of tweezers and pointed at Su Chu, who was the biggest among them, and said, "If you jeer again, I'll cut open your body and take your kidney too." Su Chu was obviously familiar with them. He said cheekily, come on, senior, take it. Take mine." At this time, Xin was about to step in with the documents in her hand. She was followed by a few undergraduates. Before they entered the laboratory, they heard Su Chu's cheeky words. The expressions on the faces of the undergraduates were quite subtle. Xin wanted to cover her face. "Boss Zhao, can we return the goods?" Zhang Tan squatted on the tree outside and laughed. This Su Chu was really a fool. Chapter 54. Zhang Tan had an impression of this person. Zhang Tan had seen him a few times when he came here. Zhang Tan had heard people call him Professor Ren. This Professor Ren was one of the young returnees that the institute had introduced last year. He was very popular among the students, especially the female students. Professor Ren was only in his early 30s, but his file was already glorious. He also had the halo of a returnee. Otherwise, the institute would not have recruited him. Speaking of which, Professor Ren and Zhao Pa's research was in the same direction. To some extent they were competitors. However, Professor Ren was already a full professor, while Zhao Pa was still an associate professor. The difference was not small. Professor Ren had a London accent when he spoke English. Coupled with his good looks and his pretentious words and deeds, he was also one of the people that the students talked about in private. However, Zhang Tan had always felt that this person was too fake. Just looking at him made him uncomfortable. In the few times that he had met him, Zhang Tan knew that this person always had a kind smile when facing students, teachers, and leaders. He looked very gentlemanly. Many female students praised Professor Ren behind his back for being very gentlemanly. However, Zhang Tan felt that every time this person looked at him, there was an indescribable malice. He originally thought that this person did not like cats and treated all cats this way. However, Zhang Tan later rejected this idea. Even if this person did not like other cats, he would not have such malice. When this person faced cats, he removed his usual disguise. The smile in his eyes was cold. Therefore, Zhang Tan felt very uncomfortable when he saw the smile on this person's face. He always felt that this person was up to no good. "Hello, Professor Ren." A few students passed by and greeted the person. Professor Ren also responded with a smile. Zhang Tan, who was squatting on a tree and watching this scene, curled his lips. Sure enough, this person looked at others differently than he did himself. What a king hypocrite. Zhang Tan tried his best to recall and was sure that he had never interacted with this person before. The professor had a house outside the university and did not live in the family compound. Usually, when Zhang Tan came to the biology building, he would just squat outside occasionally or climb into the Jiao Pa's office to sleep. After that, he had nothing else to do. Many of the teachers in the school knew that Associate Professor Jiao had a black cat at home. They often saw the Associate Professor Jiao using his small electric scooter to carry his cat home. In addition, Zhang Tan did not cause any trouble when he came here. He was very well behaved, so some of the teachers and students would occasionally take the initiative to call him Black Charcoal, and would not throw stones to chase him away. Only Professor Ren looked like he wanted to kill him. "I didn't steal your wife, so why are you looking at me like that?" Zhang Tan was deep in thought when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned his head to look. "Black Charcoal, I didn't expect you to be here." The person who came was Zhao Lu, the daughter of the director of the Chongwei Group, Zhao Zhang. During the Chinese New Year, although Director Zhao and Zhao Lu did not come over personally, they sent people over to give their New Year's greetings and gifts. After all, Director Zhao had too many things to do, and Zhao Lu, as the daughter of the Chongwei Group, definitely had some necessary social activities. Both of them were busy people. The Zhao family did not lack snacks or fruits, and Zhao Ma did not need to buy her own cosmetics anymore. Every few days, Zhao Lu would send people over to deliver things. Today was the same. Zhao Lu happened to be free for the next 2 days. She did not have classes in the afternoon, so she bought some things and went to the Zhao family. In the end, only Zhao Ma and a few of her colleagues were in the Zhao family. Zhao Lu did not see Zhang Tan, so she decided to go to the Zhao Pa to ask about Zhang Tan's recent situation and Zhao Pa and Yuanzi's company. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao didn't disclose Zhao Li's identity to the public. They only said that he was a friend's child. However, Mrs. Zhao's colleagues were still confused when they saw Zhao Li carrying so many snacks and some imported cosmetics for Mrs. Zhao. However, since the host didn't want to talk about it, they didn't ask. Zhao Lu did not expect to see Zhang Tan outside the Institute of Biological Sciences. But every time she saw Zhang Tan, Zhao Lu was happy. At this time, she also noticed the person standing not far away. She knew that he was Associate Professor Jiao's teacher, but she was not familiar with him. So, she just greeted him casually. Professor Ren smiled warmly. "You're not from our department, right?" "Yes, I'm just here to look for someone." "Who are you looking for? Do you need help?" "No, thank you." Zhao Li maintained a polite smile, but there was a sense of alienation in her smile. After Professor Ren walked into the building and disappeared, Zhao Li's smile faded. She frowned and looked at Zhang Tan, who was squatting on the tree. "Did you offend him?" "How the **ck would I know?" Zhang Tan pulled his ears, jumped down from the tree, and stretched. "Let's go and look for Professor Zhao." Zhao Li took out a cloth bag from her bag. The name of a snack brand was printed on it. Zhao Lu had always folded the bag and put it in her bag in case of emergencies. She did not expect to use it now. Zhang Tan looked at the bag that Zhao Lu opened, shook its whiskers, and jumped into the bag. Zhao Lu felt that her hand was heavy, and she almost lost her grip on the bag. "Did you get fatter?" Zhao Lu smiled. Zhang Tan looked at itself. It could not be, right? Although it was not exercising properly, it was not fat. It was clearly strong. 2 days ago, when it went to Xiaoguo's place to shoot the advertisement, Xiaoguo even praised it. It said that the other cats in the shop were all fat, but only Zhang Tan was strong. Xiaoguo also wanted the cats in his shop to exercise more. Spring was coming, and they needed to exercise. Regardless of what Zhang Tan thought, Zhao Lu still carried the bag into the Institute of Biological Sciences and walked towards Zhao Pa's office. The Zhao Pa was searching for documents in front of the computer. Hearing the knock on the door, she said, "Come in." Seeing Zhao Lu come in, the Zhao Pa quickly stood up to greet her. She pulled a clean chair for Zhao Lu. The other chairs were not cleaned yet. Miss Zhao was not like Su Chu and Exian. The Jiao Pa had to be careful. After inviting Zhao Lu to sit down, the Jiao Pa saw Zhang Tan coming out of the bag. She did not pay much attention to it. Her cat was a regular here, so there was no need to say anything. Zhao Lu and Associate Professor Zhao talked about some things, including the recent progress of their company. Chongwei Group and Associate Professor Zhao's company did not have much interaction, so they were not competitors. Zhao Lu was very willing to help. While they were talking, Zhang Tan lay on the small chair with her eyes closed and ears perked up to listen to the content of their conversation. Now, Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi's company had a firm foothold and was developing well. Graduation season was coming, and many graduates had already started to look for jobs. Recently, Yuan Zi had been poaching people from various universities. What they lacked now was talent. "All right, Professor Zhao, how much do you know about Professor Ren Chong?" Zhao Lu suddenly asked. When Zhao Lu entered the building, she saw the introduction of the professors on the first floor of the Institute of Biological Sciences. She knew that the professor was the overseas returnee that the institute had introduced. In order to show that the institute valued these overseas returnee professors, they had specially set up a special column to introduce them. It had been hanging in the lobby of the first floor all this time. Professor Ren? The Jiao Pa was surprised that Zhao Lu would ask about him. Not much. The Jiao Pa told Zhao Lu and Zhang Tan about what they knew about Professor Ren. Zhao Lu and Zhao Lu were puzzled. It did not sound like they had any grudges. "Why, Miss Zhao, are you interested in Professor Ren? Professor Ren is very popular among the girls in our institute." The Jiao Pa joked. Zhao Lu did not laugh. After all, she was the daughter of the head of Chongwei Group. She was very sensitive to certain things. Zhao Lu shook her head and said, "I saw Professor Ren downstairs just now. Black charcoal was on the tree." Professor Ren's attitude towards black charcoal didn't seem to be very good. Hearing this, the Jiao Pa looked at Zhang Tan and asked, "Did you offend him?" Zhang Tan glanced at the Jiao Pa. "I really don't know how I offended him." The Jiao Pa could not think of a reason at the moment, but he still thanked Zhao Lu for her reminder. After Zhao Lu left, the Jiao Pa poked Zhang Tan and said, "Next time you see Professor Ren, stay away from him. He is not as kind as he looks. You should be careful not to be dragged to the laboratory table and dissected by him." Zhang Tan felt a chill down his spine. After hearing the Jiao Pa's words and recalling the look in Professor Ren's eyes, he could not tell if that was what Professor Ren meant. For the sake of his life, Zhang Tan decided to listen to the Jiao Pa and stay away from that hypocritical Professor Ren. At around 6 p.m., the Jiao Pa took Zhang Tan home after settling the matter. As usual, Zhang Tan squatted in the basket of the Jiao Pa's small electric car. At this time, many teachers were off work and going home, so there were more cars at the intersection. When they arrived at an intersection, there were a few cars in front of them. The Jiao Pa temporarily stopped and waited. While they were waiting, a silver-gray private car stopped next to the Jiao Pa's small electric car. It seemed like it was also waiting for the cars at the intersection to turn. The windows of the silver-gray car were rolled down, revealing the person in the driver's seat. Professor Ren. Since the Jiao Pa saw Professor Ren, he could not pretend that he did not see him, so he greeted him. Professor Ren, who was in the driver's seat, smiled and nodded. His gaze swept across Zhang Tan, who was squatting in the basket. At this time, the cars in front of them had finished turning. The silver-gray car next to them closed its windows and slowly drove away. The Jiao Pa was riding on the small electric car. He felt strange. He noticed that Zhao Lu was right. There was something wrong with Professor Ren. Associate Professor Zhao knew that Professor Ren was hostile towards him. The institute had received a quota to encourage and support young teachers. In the end, they chose Professor Ren and the Jiao Pa. In terms of qualifications, Professor Ren was obviously more qualified. After all, he had the word righteous. However, after a discussion among the leaders of the institute, they decided on the Jiao Pa. Because of this, when the Jiao Pa saw Professor Ren in the institute, he felt that Professor Ren's smile was fake and hostile. In that brief glance, the Jiao Pa felt that Ren Chong was even more hostile towards him. There was something else hidden in the hostility, but the Jiao Pa could not figure out the reason. No matter what, it was better not to let his cat come to the institute in the future. Who knew if Ren Chong was a psychopath? On the other hand, Ren Chong drove back to the villa he bought. After he returned to his house, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was connected after a while. "How's the investigation going?" Ren Chong asked. The person on the other end of the phone talked to Ren Chong for about 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, Ren Chong did not speak, but his expression was very bad. If the students of the Institute of Biological Sciences saw Professor Ren at this moment, their jaws would definitely drop. No one would have thought that the usually smiling and gentlemanly Professor Ren would have such a gloomy and fierce expression. Although his expression was very bad, his tone was the same as before. After the person on the other end finished speaking, Ren Chong said, "I understand. Continue to investigate." After hanging up the phone, Ren Chong sat on the sofa and thought about some of the things that had happened after he returned to China. Generally speaking, it was quite smooth, until he met Jiao Mingsheng. Jiao Mingsheng was just a local associate professor. He had never been abroad, so he did not know the limits of his abilities. Did he really think that he was so great after being praised by those students who did not know anything? Humph. In terms of value, how could a country bumpkin like Jiao Mingsheng compare to him? Those old guys in the institute and the few people in the university who made the decisions were really blind. From the moment he lost his place, Ren Chong knew that his obstacle had appeared. Before he returned to China, Ren Chong had met a few people at a banquet. One of them had learned some divination. Ren Chong had never believed in divination, so he did not take the person's words to heart. After arriving at Tsinghua University, not long after he lost his place, he happened to see Associate Professor Zhao driving his black cat home. At that moment, Ren Chong remembered what the person at the banquet had said. If you return to China to develop your career, pay attention to the cat. The biggest obstacle in your way might be the cat. If the biggest obstacle was a human, Ren Chong would have believed it. However, if it was a cat, Ren Chong would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Not only Ren Chong, but the people around him also did not believe it. Even the person who did the divination had some doubts about the results of his divination. Later on, he even apologized and said that it might be because he was not good enough and had not learned for long. Everyone was just playing around and did not take it too seriously. But now, Ren Chong had to take it seriously. Based on the information he had just learned, Ren Chong felt that it was hard to imagine. No wonder so many people said that the black cat was evil. Yi He, the dean of the School of Physics and the wife of the principal, who was known as Lord Buddha, Lan Tiesu, an old professor who had retired from the School of Biological Sciences but still had influence, the famous chairman of the Chongwei Group and his daughter Zhao Lu. These people took care of Jiao Mingsheng openly and secretly. Even if they did not, no one knew if they were secretly involved. Sometimes, a word from these people was worth a few years or even decades of hard work. And the one who played an important role in this was only a cat that looked very ordinary. Although they did not find out how the cat was connected to these people, the fact was that it was undeniable. This was only what they had found so far. As for those who had not been found, how many people were connected to the cat? How many people could support Jiao Mingsheng? Ren Chong never thought that he would lose to a country bumpkin like Jiao Mingsheng. He heard that the institute had already arranged for Jiao Mingsheng to go abroad. The fastest he could go abroad was a year. When he came back a year later, the associate on Jiao Mingsheng's head would be removed. Ren Chong did not want Jiao Mingsheng to go so smoothly. Now, the cat was like a thorn in Ren Chong's throat. Ren Chong could not wait to pull it out. Some things were better removed as soon as possible. Originally, Ren Chong was going to take care of it himself, but he still underestimated the cat's influence. He did not expect that a cat would involve so many people. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Ren Chong was not going to get involved and let others do it for him. When dealing with cats, there were always professionals. Chapter 55. Zheng Tan felt like he was being watched for the past 2 days. He wasn't sure who was watching him, but the feeling was very strong. Because of Jiao Pa's instructions, Zheng Tan didn't go to the biology building to avoid Ren Baqian. Not only that, but he also rarely left the courtyard at night. He only went out during the day when he couldn't hold it in. Usually, he would wait for the 2 children at the entrance of Fu Elementary School around 5 p.m. and then go home together. Even if he went out at night, he would only take a walk in the courtyard. He wouldn't go out of the courtyard, let alone to the alley in the old building. There were a lot of people during the day, so the campus was full of people. After all, It wasn't a closed school, so the checks on people entering and leaving the school weren't that strict. However, Zhang Tan couldn't relax until he found out why he was being watched. On this day, Zhang Tan found a big sycamore tree not far from the Dong family courtyard and climbed up to take a nap. Sure enough, it was safer to be high up, and the view was wider. Zhang Tan yawned. He thought too much last night and didn't sleep well, so he had to catch up on sleep during the day. Jiao Ma and a few colleagues recently had a teaching project to collaborate on. In a few months, Jiao Yuan would be entering junior high school. Jiao Ma also had to show her presence among the junior high school teachers. When the time came, Jiao Yuan would be able to gain more benefits from the school. The other families had elderly people or children who hadn't gone to kindergarten, so it wasn't convenient to visit them. In the end, they settled on Jiao family. Therefore, Zhang Tan wandered outside every day during the day. When he was tired, he would climb up a tree and sleep. If it rained, he would go to Depang's house. After all, Zhang Tan didn't want to stay at home and face those junior high school teachers. Zhang Tan was drowsily dozing off when the feeling of being watched came again. Zhang Tan moved his ears, but he didn't hear any strange sounds. There were only students walking around. Not far away, there was a cleaner sweeping the floor. From time to time, there were cars passing by. Not far from here, there was a sports field. Occasionally, there would be some cheering from there. These were all very common sounds, and Zhang Tan was already used to it. However, the feeling of being watched made Zhang Tan restless. Thus, Zhang Tan opened his eyes and scanned the area below the tree. He still didn't find anyone suspicious. However, Zhang Tan was more careful this time. He tried his best to remember those who were walking slowly or sitting on the benches and grass, as well as those who didn't move quickly. If the other party wanted to keep an eye on them, they would definitely not move quickly. Coming down from the tree, Zhang Tan came to a cafeteria near the teaching area of the school. After looking around, he found a big tree in the north corner of the cafeteria and jumped onto it. With his back facing the road, he continued to lie down and sleep. After a while, when the feeling of being watched rose again, Zhang Tan narrowed his eyes and looked at the cafeteria across from him. The reason why Zhang Tan chose this cafeteria and the tree in the north corner was because of the SLR glass in the north corner of the second floor. Because there was an office in the corner of the second floor, it was renovated with SLR glass. Only the inside could see the outside. If one looked from outside the cafeteria, it could be used as a mirror. Zhang Tan looked at the reflection of the glass and observed the people inside. Then, he compared them with the people he remembered. Finally, Zhang Tan's gaze fell on a seemingly ordinary student. The student was carrying a backpack and holding a book in his hand. He slowly walked towards the cafeteria. During this process, he looked at where Zhang Tan was every 2 steps. Finally, he came to the grass in front of the cafeteria and sat down, spreading out his book. Before Zhang Tan came over, this person was reading on the grass not far from the sycamore tree that Zhang Tan was under. There were many students reading on the grass like this. When Zhang Tan opened his eyes and looked over, he also had his head down, so Zhang Tan didn't notice him. After thinking about it, Zhang Tan got up and stretched. Then, he looked around casually. Sure enough, that person lowered his head again. Zhang Tan lay down and continued to sleep facing the hall, but his eyes were looking at the SLR glass in the cafeteria. Just as Zhang Tan guessed, that person raised his head and looked in Zhang Tan's direction again. And every few seconds, he would look over here. Zhang Tan was puzzled. Who was this person? Why was he spying on him? Moreover, even if he was spying on him, the target was only a cat. Was there a need to be so cautious? Zhang Tan couldn't understand. Could it be that he was too famous in the advertisement and someone wanted to take him away? That was how it was on TV. Otherwise, why would a cat with no value be spied on like this? Since he had found a suspect, Zhang Tan was going to go against him. Zhang Tan was very regular every day. In the morning, he came out with the children, walked around, and came to the tree north of the cafeteria to sleep. At the same time, he was also spying on that person. At noon, he would go home for lunch and take a nap. In the afternoon, he would come out with the 2 children, jump on the same tree, and continue to spy on him. Sometimes, he was afraid of being discovered, so Zhang Tan would change places. Some of the supermarkets and snack shops in the school also had this kind of SLR glass. It wasn't that Zhang Tan was overly cautious. It was just that the other person's behavior of spying on a cat made Zheng Tan feel uneasy. No matter what, it was better to be careful. A week later, Zhang Tan found that the person was gone. The feeling of being spied on also disappeared. No more spying? Or could it be that there was a next step? Zhang Tan's doubts only lasted for one day. The next night, after dinner, Zhang Tan and Jiao Ma went out together. Jiao Ma went to find friends to dance and exercise. Zhang Tan walked around the courtyard. Sometimes when he was bored, he would play with the dogs in the courtyard. Huang and Sheriff were both locked up at home. Huang had been castrated, so he might be quieter. However, Sheriff couldn't stay idle. When he was first locked up at home, he kept barking. However, he had someone at home to play with him, so he gradually stopped barking. During the day, he would occasionally be let out to play, but he was absolutely not allowed to go out at night. Therefore, if Zhang Tan wanted to find a cat to walk with him, he could only find a Pang. However, this fat man always squatted on his balcony and rarely came out to walk. After playing with Zhuang, Zhang Tan walked around the courtyard in boredom. It was almost 8:30. Jiao Ma and her friends would return from their dance party at 9 o'clock. Jiao Pa was at home today. Jiao Yuan's homework included dictation. After the dictation, Jiao Pa still had to sign, so Jiao Pa didn't go out that night. Therefore, Zhang Tan planned to wait for Jiao Ma to come back and follow her upstairs. As he walked, Zhang Tan suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping. Moving his ears, Zhang Tan looked in the direction of the sound. It was close to the courtyard wall and was considered a remote place in the courtyard. There were some osmanthus trees and wintersweet trees planted there to beautify and decorate the courtyard. However, Zhang Tan and his friends didn't usually play there. After all, there were too few trees here and the trunks were thin. It wasn't fun to sharpen one's claws and climb a tree. Compared to the small forest next to the family courtyard, this place was much more boring. Therefore, Zhang Tan and Huang preferred to walk a few more steps to the small forest outside the courtyard to play. However, Zhang Tan looked in the direction of the sound of wings flapping. It was a bit strange. Was it a bird? If it were other cats, they would definitely go in that direction. Cats didn't hunt for food. Hunting was their nature. If they heard the sound of birds, they would definitely go over. However, Zhang Tan was different. Zhang Tan wasn't interested in catching birds at all. He turned around and prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps back, Zhang Tan heard a small sound again. It sounded like someone sighing in exasperation. Although the sound was deliberately lowered, Zhang Tan still heard it. As Zhang Tan walked, he pretended to play with the branches and glanced at the courtyard wall from the corner of his eyes. The street lamp was more than 10 meters away and could only illuminate the road. It was still very dark on the side of the tree, but Zhang Tan still noticed the head on the courtyard wall with the advantage of being a cat. Something was wrong. After Zhang Tan pretended to scratch the branches twice, he heard the cage flapping a few more times. Zhang Tan took the opportunity to go over and see what was going on. Although he was curious, Zhang Tan still paid attention to the movements around him. He didn't want to get hit for no reason. The trees here were all about 3 or 4 meters tall. Although there weren't many, they were quite dense. From the surroundings, it was impossible to see what was going on under the trees. The flapping sound came from under the osmanthus trees. As he approached the osmanthus trees, Zhang Tan smelled the scent of birds and other smells. The flapping sound of wings was accompanied by the sound of metal colliding. It was just like when Zhang Tan saw the cage used to catch mice in Xiao Chu's house. When Xiao Chu patted the mouse cage, it was similar to this sound. Cage? Cat catcher? Cat catcher, or specifically to catch him? Zhang Tan's heart was full of questions. Logically speaking, there should be fewer people catching cats at this time. Not to mention that this was the family compound of the university. How could these people be so bold? Zhang Tan had already walked under the osmanthus trees. As he slowly approached, he saw the cage. There were some leaves on the cage for cover. One side of the cage was open. That was the opening of the cage. The cage was about 60 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. A sparrow could be seen fluttering inside the cage from time to time. Perhaps it had sensed Zhang Tan's approach, for the sparrow fluttered even more violently. However, since it was chained inside the cage, it couldn't get out at all. It could only flap its wings inside the cage. Sometimes when it struggled too violently and shook too hard, Its wings would hit the top of the cage and hit the cage. Sensing that the predator was getting closer and closer, it made a few frightened cries. When Zhang Tan approached the cage, Depang, who was squatting on the balcony on the first floor of the Bee family building, suddenly moved its ears and opened its eyes. It looked at the old lady in the room who was wearing reading glasses and fastening buttons. It made a low meow sound, like the warning sound other cats made when they encountered a threat, but it was a little different. After the old lady heard it, she stopped fastening the buttons and immediately put down the things in her hands. "What's wrong?" The old lady looked at Depang. "Meow." The old lady frowned, then picked up the phone and called the guard. When she looked up again, Depang was gone. "What the hell happened?" the old lady whispered. She immediately put on her coat and took the stun baton, ready to see what happened. If it was just like last time when they encountered a thief, Depang wouldn't run out by himself, but this time, Zhang Tan stood 1 meter in front of the cage and didn't get any closer. He just stood there and looked at the cage. At the same time, he paid attention to the person who was leaning against the wall and looking over here. However, because the trees here were too dense, there were too many branches, and the branches were too lush. There was also a row of azaleas planted near the road, which blocked the view above and the side. However, Zhang Tan couldn't see that person, and that person certainly couldn't see Zhang Tan. Therefore, Zhang Tan was going to wait and see when that person couldn't help but climb over the wall. As he was thinking, Zhang Tan heard a meow sound. It was Depang, and it sounded like this guy was running over here. Whoosh! Depang had already jumped over the row of azaleas and came under the osmanthus tree. Seeing Zhang Tan standing in front of the cage, he rushed over and slapped Zhang Tan twice. Zhang Tan reacted quickly and took 2 steps back to avoid Depang's claws. Depang arched his back, and the hair on his back stood up. He lowered his ears and growled twice at Zhang Tan, then at the cage. Zhang Tan knew that Depang was warning him to stay away from the cage. Zhang Tan shook his tail and walked over, ignoring Depang's look of imminent disaster. He raised his paw and gently patted his head, then walked to the back of the cage, not facing the opening of the cage. Depang was still meowing and preparing to come over. Zhang Tan shook his tail, reached out his paw, and grabbed the cage. He lifted the cage and slammed it twice. Depang pulled his ears. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhang Tan to have such a reaction. After all, Depang wasn't human. Even if he was relatively smart, his thinking wasn't as good as a human's. If he were a human, he would definitely be shocked by Zhang Tan's reaction. Lifting the cage and slamming it directly wasn't something a cat could do. After slamming it twice, Zhang Tan looked at the cage. The door of the cage wasn't closed. It seemed that the mechanism inside hadn't been activated. The design was quite strict. Looking around, Zhang Tan bent his paw and hooked a thin branch. He then put the branch inside and touched a place inside the cage. Pah! When the door of the cage closed, there was almost no time for the cat to react. If a cat was playing with a sparrow inside, it definitely wouldn't react before the door closed. Depang pulled his ears again and wagged his tail. He seemed a little confused, but he didn't look like he was about to face a disaster like before. After the cage closed, Zhang Tan's attention was on the person on the wall. However, that person seemed to be more cautious and didn't immediately climb over the wall. Zhang Tan understood what had happened a few days ago. These people had been monitoring him for so long and even placed the cage here. They had probably figured out his pattern of movement, and their target was most likely him. "Oh woo!" Zhang Tan roared twice at the top of his lungs. "I don't believe that you can hold back and not move before I yell at the people in the yard." Hearing Zhang Tan's roar, Depang also meowed loudly. In the family building, many people might not have heard it clearly, but the pets could hear it clearly. Huang and the sheriff could hear their 2 companions' cries, so they followed suit. The other dogs barked happily, especially the bulldog, Zhuang Zhuang. It barked and scratched the iron door with all its might. For a moment, the yard was filled with cats and dogs barking. The last time something like this happened was when they were catching a thief. Obviously, after that experience, the first thought that came to the people's minds when they heard the noise was, "Someone is here to steal again." Old Man Yen threw down the newspaper in his hand and hurried downstairs to open the door for Niu Zhuangzhuang. "Quick, catch the thief!" Before the door was fully opened, Niu Zhuangzhuang couldn't wait to squeeze out and run towards Zhang Tan and the others. Old Man Li didn't tie up his big dog. Seeing Old Man Yan's Zhuangzhuang run out, Old Man Li untied the dog leash on Xiaohua's neck and watched his dog run away with Niu Zhuangzhuang. The Saint Bernard was so big, but it still had to perform at critical moments. It couldn't just be big and not do anything. Other than these two, Sahara was also released by its owner. This guy was like on steroids again. It didn't care what its owner said behind it and kept running in the direction of Zhang Tan and Depang. As for the other people's small dogs like Chihuahuas, Pekingese, and Corgi, they weren't released. Regardless of whether they could catch the thief or not, even if they could, with the two big dogs and Niu Zhuangzhuang's ferocious lead the charge, the few small dogs would probably be accidentally hurt. On the other side, the person who had been watching the cat cages from the yard wall almost spat out blood when he heard the two cats roaring at the top of their lungs. F***ck, why did these cats suddenly roar so loudly? Chapter 56. What's going on? The Jiao Yuan stopped doing his homework. He was halfway through his dictation when he heard the commotion outside. Just like everyone else, the Jiao Yuan thought of the thief incident. He put down his pen and looked around. His cat wasn't back yet. The Jiao Pa put down his 6th grade language textbook and walked to the window to take a look. Young adults came out of the surrounding buildings one after another. Some curious children leaned against their windows or balconies to look outside. Soon, they were pulled into the house by their parents. Sit down. The Jiao Pa called the Jiao Yuan, who was leaning against the window, over. He took out his phone to ask the others and also called the old lady on the first floor. After all, people who lived on the first floor could get the news faster. After hanging up the phone, the Jiao Pa thought for a moment and walked out of the Jiao Yuan's room. He opened the door and saw Chu Xiangyang, who was sitting across from him, open the door and look over. Hey brother Jiao, did you hear that? Xiao Chu, you're just in time. I was going to look for you. 1 minute later. Chu Xiangyang sat on the sofa in the Jiao family's living room. The associate professor Jiao asked him to stay and look after the children. The associate professor Jiao quickly went downstairs. The commotion in the East Borough's family compound was too big, and the process from quiet to noisy was too short. The person who caught the cat did not expect things to develop like this. They had never encountered such a situation when they were catching cats in residential areas. After hearing the loud cat calls from the osmanthus tree, the catcher immediately jumped over the wall and ran to the cage. He didn't dare to delay. Besides, he already heard the dog barking coming this way. With a beautiful leap, the catcher jumped over the row of azaleas. He didn't slow down and directly ran to the osmanthus tree. But before he could see the position of the cage, 4 cat claws scratched at him. Depang's claws were frightening. Even though his strength was not as great as Zhang Tan's, he was ruthless and neat enough. Moreover, the places he scratched were close to the cat's eyes. If he had been a little stronger or his claws were a little longer, the cat catcher's eyes would probably have been blinded. Even if he wasn't blinded, there were several deep bloodstains from his eyebrows to his eyes and nose. Almost immediately, blood overflowed from the claw marks. Depang did not think about whether it had caught someone blind, or whether it would have to bear the consequences if it caught someone too badly. It had been trained to fight back when it was in danger. As for the trouble after that, someone would help it deal with it. It was the same for Zhang Tan. He scratched the same spot as Depang. As he controlled his strength, he would only cause temporary damage to that person's eyes and vision. Zhang Tan's scratches were much longer than Depang's, almost reaching his neck. At the same time, he took the opportunity to kick the man twice when he rushed up. He used a little more strength than an ordinary cat. Zhang Tan didn't want to expose too much. Ah! A scream was heard. It was not loud, but it was obviously from the pain that he couldn't suppress. The man covered his face. He rushed over too fast and didn't stop, so he directly hit an osmanthus tree. After the successful attack, Depang quickly moved away and looked at him from 10 meters away. Zhang Tan didn't hide. Seeing that the catcher didn't even want the cage, he hurriedly got up and prepared to go to the yard wall. He wasn't going to let the man escape. Even if he couldn't beat him down, there were other ways. The man's eyes were probably injured. In the dark environment, he couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He hit several trees and still couldn't get out. Seeing that the man's back was facing him, Zhang Tan rushed over, jumped up, and grabbed the man's pants. Strip. It was a pity that the man was wearing jeans and a belt. Zhang Tan couldn't take it off. The man felt a scratch on his thigh. He didn't look carefully, turned around, and kicked hard. However, he didn't kick the cat. He tripped on a branch and fell on his back. The catcher didn't expect to catch a cat like this. The cat didn't enter the cage, but it was so bold to come up and scratch people. Didn't they say that domestic cats were more gentle? Most of the cats he had caught in the community before didn't have such bad tempers. The cat he was facing now didn't give up after scratching him once. It scratched him a second time. If he had been wearing sweatpants, his pants would have been taken off. However, the situation didn't allow the catcher to think too much. He had to run away quickly. However, before he could get up, he felt a sharp pain in his butt. Depang and Zhang Tan, who were squatting next to him, pulled their ears together. Niu Zhuangzhuang. You are so King awesome. Niu Zhuangzhuang had bitten people before. It was the same this time. It didn't think about the danger at all. It rushed up and bit him. This time, Niu Zhuangzhuang didn't bite his calf. Maybe it felt that its mouth had become bigger or for some other reason, but this time, it bit his butt. Since Niu Zhuangzhuang was here, Flowery and Sahara arrived soon. Flowery didn't bite people, but it could bite other things. Seeing that its companions had bitten, it also found something to bite. The catcher was wearing clothes with a hat. Flowery bit the hat on the man's clothes and dragged it backward. As it dragged, it shook its head and made a low growl. Originally, Flowery was just playing with toys. However, the catcher raised his hand to slap the big dog because the hat on his clothes was bitten. However, this slap made Flowery angry. It had a good temper, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't get angry. In addition, there were two companions next to it, so it gradually became serious. It used more strength, and its tearing action was much more violent than before. As Flowery tore and swayed, the catcher was also pulled to the side. He was already dizzy, and now, he was even dizzier. Zhang Tan thought of a movie he had seen before. It was called Cujo. In that movie, Saint Bernard dogs were once the symbol of terror. After coming back to his senses, Zhang Tan looked at the situation again. The funny thing was that Flowery was biting the man's hat, and Sahara was biting the man's pants. The two dogs were pulling in opposite directions. Moreover, Niu Zhuangzhuang was biting in the middle. It had to be said that the catcher was really unlucky. The catcher was feeling terrible. His face was still burning, and there was a dog biting his butt. There were two dogs eyeing him from head to toe. He was getting dizzier and dizzier. After he took a breath, he didn't bother to fight with the big dog. He reached into his pocket and searched. He searched. There was nothing. He searched again. There was still nothing. He searched again. There was still nothing. Where was the knife? Zhang Tan looked at the man's movements and knew what he was looking for. However, when the man fell and Niu Zhuangzhuang rushed up to bite him, Zhang Tan took the opportunity to take the knife out of the man's pocket and threw it to the side. He didn't want the man to hurt the three dogs with the knife. The people in the courtyard weren't slow either. They quickly arrived. The first to arrive was the guard uncle. The guards in charge of this area were a few steps behind him. The guard uncle got to work quickly after he received the old lady's call. He was a retired soldier. Although his relatives had helped, it was mainly because of the old lady that he was able to come here to do this leisurely job. Her son had also helped arrange it, so he would often help the old lady a little. When the old lady called to explain the situation, he immediately notified the school security office. He also came out with a flashlight and a shirt. He couldn't let the staff in the courtyard take the risk. However, the guard uncle was helpless when he arrived. The three dogs were too engrossed, and their tempers were obviously aroused. He would definitely be implicated if he went up rashly. Scratching his head, the guard uncle looked at the two cats squatting next to him. What should we do? Zhang Tan glanced at him, then walked over to the cat cage. The guard uncle shone the flashlight at Zhang Tan and quickly recognized the use of the cage. He walked over and took the cage out. He looked at the sparrows that hadn't moved much. He also looked at some marks on the cage. Obviously, many cats had been caught in this cage. Wow, you've got guts. You actually came to the courtyard to trap cats. The guard uncle looked back at Depang, who was squatting on the side of the road as if it had nothing to do with him, and then looked at the cat catcher who was being bullied by the three dogs. He curled his lips. Coming here to trap cats, wasn't he looking for death? Even if the laws in this area weren't perfect in our country, since he was caught, he definitely wouldn't be let off easily. Moreover, the fat dragonly was involved. A few people from the compound came over and used their flashlights to look at the situation over there. They also heard the guard talk about the use of the cage, so they didn't go up to help the cat catcher. They just stood at the side and watched, chatting with the guard. It was the first time they had seen a cage used to catch cats, so they were curious. People like this who steal cats usually sleep during the day and start stealing cats around midnight. From midnight to 5 or 6 in the morning, they can steal 10 to 20 cats. Didn't you say that a lot of people lost their cats a while ago? It's all done by these people. But it's strange. This person looks like an experienced cat thief. He actually came here to steal cats, and at 8 or 9 in the morning. The guard uncle shook his head as he spoke. Zhang Tan squatted not far away and listened to their conversation. He also wanted to know something about this. After all, before he became a cat, he didn't care about these things at all. But now he had no choice. After all, it was related to his life. Are they all stolen pet cats? Even if they're eaten, can't the merchants raise them? Chickens, pigs, and other livestock for eating, aren't there specialized factories to raise them? Why are they stealing house cats? A younger guy asked. The guard uncle smiled. Raise them? How is that possible? It's better to steal cats. It's faster and cheaper. Cats aren't like dogs. They're easy to catch. And these people have skills in trapping cats. They specialize in trapping big cats and let go of the small ones. They'll come back next year. Anyway, they don't have to spend their own money to raise cats. D*MN. Did that mean that the cats that were raised so painstakingly were raised for these people? Also, don't they often see stray cats? Catching stray cats is bad enough, but stealing house cats. The young man sighed. There aren't many stray cats. The market demand is high, so these people target domestic pet cats. Moreover, house cats are raised well and don't have diseases. They can be sold at a higher price. But the people who lose their cats are pitiful. A middle-aged teacher next to him also interrupted. That's right. After raising a cat for so long, they have feelings for it. Those who lose their cats will be sad for a long time. Wasn't that person before? After losing his cat, he couldn't eat or drink. Zhang Tan knew the person who lost his cat. He also lived in the East Courtyard, but that family's cat didn't play with Zhang Tan and the others. That cat once ran into the first floor of Building B and climbed over the balcony to steal Depang's food. It was severely taught a lesson by Depang. But during the new year, Zhang Tan heard that the cat had disappeared. He didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Tan sighed. How much does this cat sell for? The young man asked curiously. Not much, just a few dozen yuan. Native cats are similar, so it's sold cheaply. After the cats were caught, some of them were skinned and sent to fur markets in other places. As for the cat meat, they were sold to restaurants or barbecue stalls. Some of the barbecue and skewers at street stalls might have cat meat in them, and some other foods might also have cat meat in them. Many people didn't even know that they had eaten them. Some cats are directly thrown into boiling pots to burn to death. It's said that chopping off the head and feet can be passed off as rabbit meat or other meat. This is the fur and cat meat business. There are also cat-catching organizations that do live cat business. After catching the cats, they're shipped to the south in truckloads. In the big cities, to get these truckloads of cats, they're all stolen house cats. No wonder Sister Ling kept her cat at home. I haven't seen her Huang recently. Right, are there many cat-catching organizations? The young man asked. There are many. Why don't you catch these people? The guard uncle paused and said, there are more cat-catching organizations than you think. They're all over the country. It's too complicated and involves too many things. Some people pull truckloads of cats to the south. Even if they're stopped halfway, they still have a license in their hands. There are always other legitimate reasons to avoid them. You can't catch them. Zhang Tan listened to their conversation and suddenly felt cold all over. Because he was now a cat, the feeling was even stronger. Connecting the conversation between the guard uncle and the few people, Zhang Tan knew that the cat that stole Depang's rations was lost and would never come back. The people in the courtyard gradually gathered here, and the people in the security office also rushed over. The 3 dogs were called back by their owners. As for the cat catcher, he was in quite a sorry state. His face was full of cat scratches, his trousers were torn, His buttocks were bleeding, and his clothes were torn into rags. But no one here sympathized with him. The woman who had just mentioned that the cat was lost was very emotional. She waved her hand and wanted to come over, but she was stopped by her husband. Under the osmanthus tree, the cat thief covered his face and lay there, blood still flowing from between his fingers. Soon, this person was taken away by the security office. But the people in the courtyard didn't stop discussing. Zheng Tan saw the Jiao Pa and ran over. It was safer to be with family. De Pang was very excited when he saw the old lady. He rushed over and jumped on her. The old lady picked him up. Looking at the series of actions, it was obvious that she had done this kind of thing often. Zheng Tan watched from the side and was very surprised. Damn, this guy was fine just now, but now he's scared. T fatty, with your weight, can't you understand that the old lady is already so old? Feeling Zheng Tan's gaze, De Pang raised his head, squinted his eyes, and shook his ears. He buried his head in the old lady's arms and continued to seek comfort. Every time he pretended to be pitiful, the old lady would give him more food after he went back. The Jiao Pa took Zheng Tan and walked with the old lady to their building. As they walked, they listened to the old lady talk about how De Pang recognized the cat cage. De Pang has been trained. My son said that the cat's biggest enemy is that thing, so every time I go to his place, he will train De Pang to avoid all kinds of cat cages and other cat traps. Sigh, cat thieves nowadays are so wicked. Chapter 57. The news that someone had stolen a cat from the East Side family compound spread like wildfire. No one expected that someone would try to trap a cat on a university campus, and at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, not in the middle of the night. It had to be said that the person who had set the cat was very brave. For a time, all the residents of Tsinghua University, including the West Side family compound, tied up their cats at home at night. Even if they screamed until their throats were broken, they would not let them out. If they were annoyed, they would send them to Shaogua for sterilization. It was said that sterilized cats would not be so noisy. No matter what, it was better than running out and being trapped. If the cat was trapped, it would probably become someone else's meal. So these 2 days, Shaogua's pet center's business was very good. Even if some people did not want to perform surgery on their cats, they would run over to ask if there was any other way to keep their cats at home quietly. As for the cat thief who had been caught, the security guard found a motorcycle on the other side of the wall of the East Side family compound. There were several large woven bags on it. One of the bags had a few live sparrows in it. In addition, there was some food to lure the cat. Looking at these things, it was obvious that this person had done this many times. According to this person, he had only come over to trap a cat because he had heard the cats meowing. He had originally planned to go to a neighborhood not far from here. That was his main target. Zheng Tan heard all this when he was talking to the Jiao Pa and the Jiao Ma. However, Zheng Tan did not believe the cat thief's words at all. He felt that the person had come for him. It was too much of a coincidence. They had been carefully monitoring a cat, and now someone had come to steal the cat? Moreover, the person had come to the East Side family compound. Relatively speaking, there were not many cats in the East Side family compound. There were fewer cats than in some residential neighborhoods. Why would the person take the risk to come here at 8 or 9 o'clock to trap a cat? The time was just right when he usually went out. In the bedroom, the Jiao Pa was holding a textbook in his hand, but his attention was not on the book. He felt that something was wrong and was inexplicably uneasy. No matter what, he should not let his cat go out. Zheng Tan and Jiao Pa had the same idea. Since there were many things that they were unsure of and had doubts about, they might as well just stay at home. Not to mention Zheng Tan, even De Pang had been locked up at home for the past few days. They weren't even allowed to lie on the balcony. The old lady cherished De Pang. She was afraid that the cat that she had spent so much effort to raise would be taken away. After staying at home for a week, Zheng Tan began to feel uncomfortable again. One morning, when Jiao Ma sent Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo out, Zheng Tan followed them out. To be on the safe side, the Jiao Ma asked Zheng Tan to follow her all the way to the Jiao Ma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China. When the Jiao Ma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China, she wanted to go to the market. Of course, Zheng Tan wouldn't go with her. However, the Jiao Ma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China didn't want to let Zheng Tan wander around. Therefore, she told Zheng Tan to wait at the lawn in front of the school. Not long after the sun came out in the morning, the temperature had started to rise. Many flowers in the school had bloomed, and chirping birds were noisily shitting everywhere. The bell rang to signal the start of class. Students from the affiliated primary school and the affiliated primary school started their classes. The road became quiet again. Zhang Tan lay on a piece of landscape stone and yawned. Sure enough, he still needed to breathe in the fresh air occasionally. Before he could finish his yawn, Zhang Tan felt a sudden sense of crisis. It was similar to the situation when he was being watched a while ago, but this time, there was a strong sense of crisis. This was the first time Zhang Tan felt this way since he turned into a cat. He looked around vigilantly, and finally, his eyes fell on a young man in gray sportswear. The young man was carrying a backpack and wearing a mask. His hands were in his pockets, and he looked like an ordinary student. Due to the SARS incident last year, a lot of people wore masks when they went out. Although there weren't that many people wearing masks now, there were still some who did. Even those who rode electric scooters to work sometimes wore masks. The air in Chuhua City wasn't very good. Many places were under construction, so there was a lot of dust. Wearing a mask wouldn't be noticed. Although this person was wearing a mask, Zhang Tan still recognized him. This was the guy who was spying on him a while ago. Since he recognized him, Zhang Tan had to be alert. Seeing that the guy was walking towards him, Zhang Tan didn't want to confront him directly. There were too few people around, and it was really disadvantageous for him. However, just as Zhang Tan was about to run, he felt a pain on his back. Ouch! He didn't have the strength to scream. The numbness had begun to spread quickly throughout his body. His vision was blurred, and his consciousness was gradually losing control. Zhang Tan rolled down from the landscape stone. On the side with his back facing the person, Zhang Tan struggled to pull off the pet tag from his neck. At this moment, he was very glad that his cat tag rope was elastic. Even if he was caught, Zhang Tan wanted to let the Jiao Pa know that something happened to him here. After taking off the cat tag and throwing it at the bottom corner of the landscape stone, Zhang Tan tried his best to squeeze into the bushes on the other side. Unfortunately, the numbness was too strong. His limbs were already weak, and he fell to the ground after a few steps. There was also a needle in his back. F***CK. They actually used a tranquilizer gun to catch a cat. In a daze, Zhang Tan felt that someone was approaching. Then, one of his legs was grabbed and stuffed into a bag. Then, the surroundings were dark. The young man seemed to be nervous and in a hurry. When he saw someone passing by on a bicycle, he quickly ran over, stuffed the cat into his bag, and hurried away. He didn't notice the cat tag under the corner of the landscape stone. After buying groceries, Jiao Ma carried a few big bags in her hands. She also bought ribs. She was going to cook a big meal for everyone. However, when she came back, her cat was no longer on the lawn. Before she left, her cat was lying on the stone. Did it go to play? Black charcoal. After calling twice, Jiao Ma looked around the lawn. When she came to the back of the landscape stone, she found the cat tag that had fallen there. Jiao Ma asked around. No one paid attention to the situation here. However, a teacher in the teaching building of affiliated primary school said that when he came out of the office, he saw a person wearing a mask go to the lawn. However, from this angle, they couldn't see the lawn clearly. Jiao Ma didn't care about the groceries in her hands. Instead, she quickly took out her phone and called Jiao Pa based on her understanding of her cat. If it had been told to wait here, it wouldn't have left for no reason. Moreover, it had left the cat tag here. Her cat was so smart. Thinking about the cat incident a few days ago, Jiao Ma was very worried. Was it really taken away? In the teaching building, Jiao Pa was in class. He felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. He looked at the screen, frowned, took out his phone, and walked out of the professor's office. Usually, teachers weren't allowed to answer phone calls in class, except for emergencies. When Jiao Pa saw Jiao Ma's phone number, he knew it must be something urgent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called him even though she knew he had classes in the morning. The student sitting in the classroom saw Associate Professor Zhao go out to answer a phone call. After a while, he came back in with a serious face. He turned off the projector and told everyone to study by themselves. Then, he left in a hurry. The young man who had caught Zhang Tan hurriedly walked out of Chuhua University's campus. He was about to find a place to deal with the cat when the phone in his pocket rang. "Uncle, what's up?" I'm leaving in an hour. If you're leaving, come here quickly. The person on the other side of the phone seemed to be worried. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say you're leaving at night? No, it's an emergency. Come here quickly. After that, the person on the other side of the phone hung up. The young man hesitated, gritted his teeth, and decided to leave first. He could deal with a cat any time. However, it might be a little troublesome to get the money. An hour later, the young man appeared in a warehouse in the suburbs. In front of the warehouse was a small truck. Next to the truck was a man in his 40s or 50s, smoking. After seeing the young man, the man said impatiently, "What took you so long?" "I did a job." The young man didn't say much. He took out his backpack and showed it to the man. The man took a deep puff and threw away the cigarette butt. He took the backpack and opened the zipper. He saw a black cat in the backpack. He lifted the cat by its legs and looked at it. "Not bad. I can sell it for a good price. The fur is not bad. I'm sure people will buy it when I get rid of it. What should I do with this cat? My employer told me to kill it, and I was about to throw it into the river when the time came." "Uncle, you called me. Why would you throw it away?" The man stared at the young man. "This cat is well fed. If we're lucky, we can sell it for a few hundred yuan with the meat and the shiny fur. It's not common to see pure black fur." "Okay." The young man agreed. Who wouldn't want to sell it for money? The man carried the cat into the truck and threw it into the cage. This medium-sized truck was filled with cages of cats. According to the cat's appearance and the price they could sell for, they were divided into several grades and kept in different cages. Outside the truck, there were some large cardboard boxes with some sundries inside. They were brought in by the people they helped, so they had more ways to make money. After throwing the cat into a cage on the upper level, the man closed the door of the truck, climbed into the driver's seat, and drove away. The young man sat in the passenger seat. He didn't have time to ask some questions before, so he held it in until now. "Uncle, why are you in such a hurry? I don't know what's going on these 2 days. Someone checked, and the fake IDs in the hands of a few of my fellows were found. Even the whole truck was detained. I'm afraid they'll investigate further. It's better to run away first." This time, he didn't catch too many cats. The cages in the truck weren't full yet. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he would have stayed here for a few more days. Even if there were no cat traps, he could still drug a few dogs. Yesterday, he saw a few big fat dogs. Investigate further? No way. It hasn't been like this in the past. The young man was surprised. "Anyway, we don't plan to come to Chuhua City for the next few months. The situation here is tense. I'm so F***king unlucky. This has never happened before. Didn't those people turn a blind eye to it? Why are they suddenly so serious now?" The man complained as he drove. The young man in sportswear didn't care about his relatives' complaints. He took out his phone and started to make a call. He hadn't met the employer, but it didn't matter if he met the employer or not. "The cat is settled. When will you transfer the money to me?" The young man in sportswear asked. "Is the cat dead?" The person on the other side asked. "It was shot with a tranquilizer gun. It's probably dead if it can't withstand it. Even if it can, it's useless. My uncle took it to the south and sold it to the market there. You don't have to worry about that." The person on the other side of the phone was silent and didn't speak. The young man thought that the other party didn't want to pay, so he was anxious. Chuhua City has been tense recently. You are also anxious. I risked being found out to help you. The tranquilizer gun cost a few thousand. Your deposit is all gone. You can't disappoint me. Don't worry. I promised you 30,000 yuan. I will transfer it to you later. Also, don't contact me in the future. After saying that, the person on the other side of the phone hung up. The young man listened to the beeping sound on the phone and cursed. "What? That person wants to renege on the payment?" the driver asked. "Who knows?" the young man sneered. "Why did you buy a tranquilizer gun to trap a cat?" the driver said disdainfully. "I asked around. I heard that the cat has been trained. The employer also said that the cat is very smart. I was very careful even when I was monitoring it," the young man said and gradually changed the topic. He didn't say how much the employer had paid. In fact, He bought the tranquilizer gun second-hand from a friend. It was only a few hundred yuan. Even if the employer didn't pay, he still made a profit. The person who went to the eastern courtyard to trap the cat was contacted by the young man. He used that person to test the waters. If he managed to trap the cat, of course, it would be better. The young man could get rid of him with a few dozen yuan. But the results proved that the cat was not easy to catch. Coincidentally, a friend had a tranquilizer gun, so the young man bought it. But the cat didn't come out for the next few days. He couldn't find a chance to catch it. It had dragged on for too long. He had to be more aggressive. He didn't know if there were any cameras around. If there were, it would be best for him to hide in the south for a while. He actually used a tranquilizer gun to catch a cat. The young man didn't expect it to be like this. In the cabin of the medium-sized truck, Zhang Tan and a few cats were squeezed together in the cage at the top. Many of the cats in the cage had been drugged. They were groggy and didn't make any noise. Even if the cats were awake, they would only make a noise occasionally. They probably didn't have much energy left. Zhang Tan, who was in a coma, didn't know that because of his disappearance, there was a hurricane in Chuhua City. A large number of cat traffickers were arrested. That night, several trucks carrying live cats and dogs were detained. The Jiao Pa used his connections to see a camera installed in the elementary school. It could vaguely see the lawn. Although the image wasn't clear, it was enough to confirm that his cat had been taken away. The Jiao Pa asked some friends, Celestine, He Tao, and the others to help. They looked everywhere for the cat. They searched the detained trucks and several places where cats were sold. When they saw a black cat, they sent it to a place and waited for the Jiao Pa to identify it. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan wasn't among them. That night, many people couldn't sleep. At the same time, because of this incident, there were some conflicts of interest. There were all kinds of conflicts in the open and in the dark. Zhang Tan didn't know any of this. The amount of anesthetic used by the young man was quite heavy. If it were a normal cat, it probably wouldn't have been able to survive. Even if it did, it would have been in a coma for a few days. However, Zhang Tan was a special case. Zhang Tan woke up after a few hours. However, even if he woke up, he still didn't have any energy. He was surrounded by unfamiliar breaths and unfamiliar cats. Zhang Tan could feel their fear and confusion. He had to endure even if he was hungry or thirsty. A few cats were whispering, like they were whimpering. Zhang Tan looked at the dark cabin. The cage he was in was closer to the cabin door. There was wind coming in through the gap of the cabin door, which made Zhang Tan more awake. It was dark outside the gap of the door. How long was the night? Zhang Tan lay in the cage, thinking about how to deal with the situation. However, after thinking about it, Zhang Tan fell asleep again. Chapter 58. Zhang Tan was woken up by a violent tremor, trampling, and cat meowing. The effects of the drug had not completely disappeared. When he opened his eyes, Zhang Tan still felt like he was in a trance. He did not know where he was. He was not on the soft sofa of a Jiao family. He was surrounded by unfamiliar smells, and the air was filled with panic and anxiety. The yelling of people and the meowing of cats mixed together, giving Zhang Tan a headache. Bang! Cages with cats were placed on the shelves. Zhang Tan was stepped on by the other cats in the same cage. This time, he really woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was a small room, filled with a foul smell and the smell of blood. Zhang Tan could see some iron cages on the shelves opposite him, as well as a few simple cat cages made of wood and bamboo nailed together. His ears moved, and Zhang Tan also heard a dog barking next door. The dog barked harder than the cat. Zhang Tan sighed. His whole body was still weak, but he could stand up and move. The other cats in the same cage were all very strong. Some of them were even expensive cat breeds. Their fur was cleaner and shiny, and a few of them had collars and pet tags around their necks. They were all good-looking. As for Zhang Tan waking up, the cats in the cages did not pay attention to him. Domestic cats, especially those that had been raised for a few years, seemed to have sensed what was waiting for them. Outside this room was a restaurant. The whole street was full of such restaurants. However, even if they had spirituality, they were not as good as humans. Even if they knew there was danger, they could not think of a way to save themselves. They could only bark. Maybe they still had a lucky mentality, hoping that their owner could hear them. Zhang Tan looked around. Most of the cats in the cages were not stray cats. Even if their fur was dirty and there were no collars or tags around their necks, the eyes of stray cats were different from those of domestic cats. Zheng Tan could tell. He looked at the cages again. The good thing was that the locks of the cages were not complicated. They were not small bronze locks that required keys. After all, there were many cages. If each cage had a big iron lock or a small bronze lock, it would be too troublesome. The cages made of bamboo or wood also had latch locks. A few cats stretched out their paws to pull at the locked parts of the cages, but after all, they were not very smart. Not every cat was specially trained like Depang. No matter how much they pulled, they could not open the cages. This was not like pulling at the windows of their own home. Also, it took a bit of strength to pull the latches. The latches were very tight, and could not be pulled by ordinary cats. For Zheng Tan, this kind of thing, he did not know when the peddlers outside would come in. Logically speaking, since he had just finished counting, he wouldn't come in to take a look. However, he had to be careful as this matter concerned his life. There were no cameras installed in this place. Thinking about it, how could those people be willing to spend money to install cameras in this kind of broken place? Zheng Tan perked up her ears and listened attentively. There were footsteps coming and going at the door, as well as voices. Zheng Tan felt that it was familiar. When he was in a coma, he heard this sound. When the sound of footsteps faded away, Zheng Tan pushed aside a cat that was waving its paws at the cage door. The cat had a bad temper. It bared its teeth at Zheng Tan. After being slapped by Zheng Tan, the cat was not very willing, but it obediently moved aside. Zheng Tan came to the cage door and looked at the iron latch that was as thick as a person's thumb. It had to be turned at an angle to pull it out. He stretched his arm out of the cage. When he touched the iron latch, he bent his palm and hooked his paws on the iron latch handle. He turned the handle 90 degrees up and pulled it to the left. Because Zheng Tan had slapped the cat that was blocking the cage door, the other cats in the cage kept a little distance from Zheng Tan. So after Zheng Tan removed the latch, he pushed the cage open and slipped out. Before the other cats could squeeze in, he closed the cage again. It was not that Zheng Tan did not want to save them, but Zheng Tan needed to observe the surrounding situation first. If he let these fellows out, Zheng Tan was afraid that he would alert the enemy and ruin his chance to escape. Seeing that Zheng Tan had come out, the cats in the cage started a new round of meowing. A few cats also stretched their paws to hook the iron latch, but it was futile. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Tan looked around. He ran to the door and jumped up to try the lock. It was locked. Obviously, it was impossible to get out through the door. In addition to the door, there was an open window in the small room. The wooden window frame was cracked and the paint was peeling. The original color could not be seen. The window was closed and the latch was inserted. It looked like it had not been opened for a long time. There was dust in the gaps, and the latch was rusty. There was a layer of stain on the glass. Only the middle part of the window could be seen. Zheng Tan walked over from the shelf and leaned against the window to take a look. Outside the window was a narrow cement road. The house on this side and the house on the other side of the cement road were facing away from each other. Only the back door of the house led to this road. There were a few large trash cans on the cement road. They were all filled with garbage. Although a lot of it was in bags, he could still see some of the discarded remains and internal organs exposed from the bags. There were many flies flying on them. Even if he was mentally prepared, Zheng Tan still could not help but feel a chill when he saw it. If he did not wake up and dragged on for a few hours, or a few days, would he end up like this? Would he be decapitated or skinned? But now was not the time to be emotional. Even if he had a lot of doubts about being caught, he had to suppress them and focus all his energy on escaping. Zheng Tan moved the latch of the window. It had been too long since the window was opened, and the latch was rusty. Zheng Tan's strength had not recovered, and it took a lot of effort to open the window. It seemed to be 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky was overcast, and it looked like it was going to rain. There was no one on the cement road. Zheng Tan climbed out of the window. When he came out, he was going to push the window closed so that no one would notice anything strange. But after thinking about it, he did not close it. He would have to come back later to save himself the trouble. The house where the cats were kept was next to the house where the dogs were kept. Fortunately, the window of this house was open for ventilation. After all, dogs could not jump like cats. Even if they were released from the cage, They could not jump over the window. There was no one inside, only a cage of dogs barking and biting each other. Zhang Tan opened the window and looked inside. Coincidentally, a large dog looked up at the window and saw Zhang Tan. Woof, 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 woof. Stop barking. Zhang Tan pulled his ears. Dogs were a little different from cats. Some of the cages were crowded with several dogs, and some were bigger and fiercer dogs. Each cage held one dog. From small Pomeranians and Pekingese to big native dogs and German shepherds, there were all kinds. It was a little difficult to open the dog cages. It was not a problem with the lock. The cages here were basically the kind of latch type, and some were bayonet type. They were not difficult to open. There were a few low cages with a few native dogs squeezed in. The narrow cages made it difficult for them to stand up. They did not bark much, and their mental state was not very good. But Zhang Tan did not dare to open the cages. Who knew if these dogs would bite him when they came out? There were also a few dogs barking happily. Looking at their eyes, it seemed like they wanted to rush up and bite him. What to do? Zhang Tan looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on a thin iron rod in a shelf. The front end of the iron rod was sharpened, and there were bloodstains on it. There were some ropes and thin iron wires next to it. Zhang Tan climbed into the house. The surrounding dogs made Zhang Tan nervous. Many of the dogs had a murderous aura and were growling in their throats. They were probably thinking about how to bite Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan pulled out the thin iron rod and tied the thin iron wire to the iron rod. The iron wire formed a circle. Then he grabbed the iron rod with both hands and walked upright with 2 legs. Although it was a little difficult, he could walk slowly. On the shelf, there were some sticks and other things used for hitting. They were all bloody. Zhang Tan walked step by step. The pungent smell of blood almost made him vomit. Standing on the shelf, even if the cages were opened, the dogs could not do anything to Zhang Tan. They could not jump so high. Zhang Tan extended the thin iron rod downwards until it reached the latch of the cage. The iron wire tied to the top of the iron rod was hooked onto the latch. She lifted the iron rod, causing the latch to turn, and then pulled it to the side. With a click, the door of the cage opened. A few puppies ran out and scurried around looking for an exit. Zhang Tan did not care about them and continued to open the cages. The type with the bayonet was easier to handle. He poked it twice and it opened. In addition to the effort of lifting the iron rod, Zhang Tan was also familiar with opening a few cages. He opened the cages faster and faster. However, if someone opened the door and came in at this time, Zhang Tan would throw away the tools and leave. Escape was the first priority. After opening all the cages, Zhang Tan did not stay any longer. The dogs were barking too loudly. A few of the fiercer big dogs were showing signs of going crazy. The movement here was obviously easy to attract the attention of people outside. Out of the window, Zhang Tan went to the house where the cats were kept. He opened the cat cages one by one. The windows were open, and the cats escaped through the windows. When he opened the last cage, Zhang Tan heard someone shouting outside. Obviously, the escape of the cats had been discovered. Zhang Tan rushed out of the window. There were no shortcuts to escape. Even if the residents around were not restaurant owners, they would not be merciful to the cats. Zhang Tan did not dare hide there. He tried to run as far as he could. There was only one thought in his mind. Run away from this street. Run away from this area with signs like XX Hot Pot and XX Cat, Dog, and Rabbit Meat Restaurant everywhere. While Zhang Tan was busy escaping, the young man who caught Zhang Tan was talking to a man in his 50s. Uncle Guan, you have gained quite a lot this time, the young man said as he passed a cigarette to the man. The man called Uncle Guan took the cigarette and lit it. He took 2 puffs and said, "It was just a small fight. Boring." Uncle Guan was quite famous in this area. He was one of the earliest people who had started this business. Some of the young people had learned their skills from Uncle Guan. Of course, he did not teach them for nothing, and they had to pay him back. The young man also learned from Uncle Guan, including how to use the tranquilizer gun. He had followed Uncle Guan to hunt dogs a few times, so he was quite familiar with the skills. He was a fast learner, and he had been doing this a lot in the past few years. He had earned quite a lot. Last year, during the SARS outbreak, he was at a low point, but now he was slowly recovering. He was busy earning money. You can earn about 100,000 renminbi a year now, right? Uncle Guan said. Although it was a question, it was very certain. He was very good at this. The young man smiled and did not answer directly. He took out something and showed it to Uncle Guan. Tranquilizer gun? Uncle Guan looked at it casually. Not bad, but it is too small. Boring. It does not feel good to hold. This kind of syringe is not easy to get. Based on the dosage, are you shooting dogs or humans? The young man smiled. Cats. Uncle Guan raised his eyebrows. You are quite capable. Using this to shoot cats. His tone was full of disdain. Uncle Guan had always thought that cats were dumb as hell. Their curious nature could kill them, so they were easy to catch. The young man did not mind Uncle Guan's sarcasm. That cat is not easy to catch. If I was not in a hurry to come back, I would not have used this. This time, I followed my uncle to a few cities in the central region and got this tranquilizer gun. I also got a BMQ to play with. The young man told some truths and lies. As for how much he had earned from the last job, he did not say a word. If he did, he would have to show some respect. Uncle Guan snorted and did not take the young man's words seriously. He paused and said, "Tomorrow, I am going out to do a job. Are you interested?" "Where are you going?" the young man asked. Uncle Guan pointed to the west. The young man did not speak. Although he beat dogs to catch cats, and sometimes took a few jobs through middlemen, he had also beaten people up before. But he had never poached before. After finishing the cigarette, the young man threw the butt on the ground and squashed it with the tip of his foot. This time, I will follow Uncle Guan and gain some experience. Just as he finished, a worker rushed out from the shop with blood on his arm. The dog ran away. The cat ran away too. Their shop was not only a restaurant, but also a wholesale business. Earlier, someone wanted to buy a dog, so the worker took him to see the dog. Before he got close to the storage room, he heard someone say that the cat had run away. He was secretly happy, but when he reached the door, he heard that the dog's barking was not right, and he was worried. When he opened the door, he saw a big dog charging at him. If not for his quick reaction, his arm would have been broken. When the young man heard the worker's words, his heart skipped a beat. He hurried over to check out the situation. After 2 steps, he turned back to look at Uncle Guan. Before he could say anything, Uncle Guan pulled out the tools used to shoot dogs from his truck. "Let's go. My hands are itchy, so I'll give you a hand." "These animals are just restless," Uncle Guan said casually, but there was a crazed and cruel murderous intent in his words. Zhang Tan did not know what was going on at the restaurant, so he kept running. However, it took too much effort to open the cage earlier, and the effect of the drug had not completely worn off. Suddenly, a wave of tiredness and fainting hit him. Misfortune never came alone. The people behind him rode motorcycles and drove cars, picking up the escaped cats and dogs along the way. Not only the owner of the restaurant, other people on the street also joined in the action. The dogs barking and the sound of the batons stimulated Zhang Tan's eardrums. Zhang Tan just wanted to leave this street as soon as possible. This place was like a demon's den, but his legs were not listening to him, and his heartbeat was irregular. Before he lay down, Zhang Tan practically crawled to a corner. They were already out of the street, but when Zhang Tan heard the running footsteps, it was useless even if she cursed God in her heart. She took a few deep breaths to recover a little and planned to hide in the garbage dump at the corner. Although she was unwilling, her life was more important. Just as he was about to crawl into the trash pile, a white shadow appeared around the corner. A few young men were holding nets, sacks, and iron batons. They caught the escaped cats and dogs along the way. No one on this street had pets, so as long as they saw a cat or dog, they would catch it or hit it with a baton. It did not matter whether they were dead or alive. When they turned the corner, the young men saw a large white bear squatting not far from the trash pile. Even though they caught dogs, they did not dare to do so. It was a familiar face. It was raised by the son of a big boss, and it lived nearby. It was not on their street. Looking at the big white bear that was baring its teeth at them, the young men quickly left. The big guy did not have a good attitude toward the people on this street. Soon after they left, a girl about 17 or 18 years old passed by on a foldable bicycle. She waved at them. "You Jian, let's go." Woof. The big white bear barked. It looked at Zhang Tan, who was trapped inside, and jogged to catch up. The numbness only appeared for a while. After resting for a while, Zhang Tan began to feel his legs and feet again. Maybe it was the effect of the drug, or maybe it was the side effect of the drug, but he did feel much better now. Chapter 59. At night. Tsinghua University's residential area. The Jiaopa was standing in front of the door. He raised his hand and rubbed his face to hide his tired expression. He took out his keys and opened the door. The sofa in the living room was still empty. There was no longer a black cat lying there and watching TV. When they heard the sound of the door opening, the doors of the two children's rooms opened at almost the same time. However, when they saw the expression on the Jiaopa's face, their eyes dimmed again. It had been a week, and there was still no news. The few illegal cat and dog trafficking dens that were taken down in Tsinghua City didn't have the information they wanted. Bang! The door of the two children's rooms was closed again. They went to do their homework. When they first found out that their cat was missing, the eyes of the two children were swollen from crying. Even though a week had passed, their eyes were still red and they were in low spirits. Still no news? The Jiaoma asked in a low voice. She was also in a bad mood. The Jiaopa shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while he said, Celestine and Director here are helping to look for it. Director Zhao also asked a friend to keep an eye out for news in this area. There should be news soon. Just as he finished speaking, the phone in the bedroom rang. The Jiaopa quickly got up to answer it. The two children in the room pressed their ears against the door, hoping to hear some good news. However, the Jiaopa didn't say much after answering the phone. He only said a few words in a very low voice. He didn't seem to be very happy. After he hung up the phone, the Jiaopa took out a cigarette and stood on the balcony to smoke. Normally, the Jiaopa didn't smoke unless he was in a bad mood. The person who called just now was Celestine. He told the Jiaopa the results of his investigation. There was no news of black charcoal. However, the person who sold the tranquilizer gun had found it. Following this lead, they dug deeper. However, the person who bought the tranquilizer gun wasn't a local and was more cunning, so they couldn't find much. Although there wasn't much useful information, Jiaopa had always had a suspect in his heart. Then, he thought about his recent encounter with Professor Ren in the hospital. Professor Ren seemed to be quite proud of himself recently. While the people of Tsinghua City were busy searching for Zhang Tan was sleeping in the attic of a villa. That day, he followed Dabai and the girl to a neighborhood nearby. The neighborhood was more luxurious, with elevators and villas. Dabai's house was one of the villas. As the girl's speed was not fast, it looked like she was just taking a stroll. She would stop and occasionally get off to buy something, so Zhang Tan was able to secretly catch up with her. It was just that he was too tired and had a hard time. His condition that day was really bad. The girl in the white bear entered from the main entrance of the residential area, but Zhang Tan entered from the side of the fence. He followed the direction of the girl and the dog and arrived at a villa. He found a nice place in the villa. The attic. For a cat, climbing into the attic of an American-style villa was not difficult. The attic of this villa was piled with some junk. Usually, no one would come here. So many places were covered with cobwebs and dust. There were originally a few rats, but after Zhang Tan arrived, they probably packed up and ran away. Anyway, Zhang Tan did not see them again. It was not easy to find a temporary place to stay. Zhang Tan's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He rummaged through the things in the attic and found a pillow from a cardboard box. He did not care if there was a moldy smell on it and lay down on it to rest. Zhang Tan was woken up by the pitter-patter of the rain. The rain hit the windows of the attic, making pitter-patter sounds. In the quiet environment of the attic, the pitter-patter sounds were particularly clear. The sky outside was already dark. Another day had passed. Here, Zhang Tan could see the street lights of the residential area through the attic's window, as well as the lights of the surrounding residents. The shadows of people were flickering. At this time, it should be dinner time. Zhang Tan moved his nose. There was only a moldy smell in the attic. Zhang Tan knew where this area was and how far it was from Tsinghua City. One was a central city, and the other was a coastal area in the south. It was because he was clear that he was at a loss. Xiaofan City was not too far away from Nanqing, where he had lived for 20 years. Zhang Tan looked at the raindrops on the window. He did not know what he was thinking. To be precise, he was in a daze. However, he did not stay in a daze for long. He was hungry. Zhang Tan thought that he would wait until later, when everyone in this family was asleep, and then go down to look for food. Zhang Tan was not ready to expose himself. This family had a dog. They might not eat dog meat, but who knew if they would eat cats? What kind of character did this family have? He did not want to take the risk. Stretching, Zhang Tan moved his hands and feet, thinking about what to do in the future. If it was a human, it would be good. Unfortunately, it was just a cat. Waiting was boring. Zhang Tan rummaged through the junk and pulled out a small ball, the kind that was used for children's toys. It looked like it had not been touched for a long time. Lying on the pillow, Zhang Tan played with the ball with his 4 paws. His palm gently pushed the ball back, and then he used his foot to kick it back. Looking at the ball jumping in the air, Zhang Tan felt that he was really like an animal in a circus. Speaking of which, if he was not there, he did not know what would happen to the Jiao family. There was also Xiaoguo's advertisement. Zhang Tan played with the ball and thought about things at the same time. The sound of the family's laughter came from downstairs. There was also the sound of advertisements on the TV, and the familiar dialect that he had not heard in a long time. Finally, in the middle of the night, the rain outside seemed to have stopped. There was a window in the attic that could be pushed open. The family probably did not know that a window in their attic was broken. However, even if they knew, they would not care because the window was very small. Even a 7 or 8-year-old child would not be able to climb in easily. There was no need to worry about thieves entering the attic. Coming out from the slanted window, Zhang Tan looked around. Because it had just rained, the surroundings were wet. Looking at the water stains on the soles of his feet, Zhang Tan found a place to go down from the roof and went to the kitchen. Initially, Zhang Tan saw that there was an opening on the door for pets and wanted to use it to enter. However, after trying it out, it was locked. It was probably because the white bear was too big. It could be used when it was young, but now it had no use. Therefore, the owner had directly locked the door. Since he could not enter through the door, Zhang Tan could only climb through the window. Fortunately, there was a window above that was not closed. Zhang Tan climbed through that window. Before he climbed through the window, Zhang Tan purposely stepped on the doormat at the back door a few times to dry the water stains on his feet. He did not want to leave cat paw prints in the kitchen. There was a large refrigerator in the kitchen. Zhang Tan opened the refrigerator and looked inside. There was not much food. Looking at the family's condition, even if they did not finish their dinner, they would probably directly throw it away. However, the good thing was that there were some pre-made meatballs bought from the supermarket. Zhang Tan ate a few, but they were not cooked. He could only make do with them. Most of the other food was for children. There were some biscuits, fruitcakes and so on. Zhang Tan ate some of them. Zhang Tan took out some of the snacks that came with individual small packaging. He would take them to the attic later. After eating some food, Zhang Tan felt much better. Although they were all cold, it was much better than starving. Gently closing the refrigerator door, Zhang Tan carried some snacks and quietly left. He was getting more and more proficient at walking with 2 legs. It was a little troublesome to climb through the window. It was not easy to climb with 2 legs, so Zhang Tan carried the snacks out bag by bag. Before leaving the kitchen, Zhang Tan looked at the gap under the closed kitchen door. Through the gap, he could see some white dog hair. The big white bear was lying on the other side of the door. Zhang Tan believed that it should have discovered him, but it did not make a sound. What a good dog. It could bare its teeth at the people who beat the dog, and it would cover for him. It was quite smart. After looking for food, he moved the bags of snacks to the attic. Zhang Tan lay on the musty pillow again. He never thought that he would steal food at night like a mouse. He had fallen to this point. At night, he slept well. He did not know if it was because of the drugs, but Zhang Tan had been sleepy recently. Sometimes he slept very deeply. Even if someone was next to him, he probably could not hear it. The next day, Zhang Tan heard several news. For Zhang Tan, the news was not bad. First, he heard that there was a murder on the street that sold cat and dog meat. The victim was Uncle Rod, the famous person on the street. The cause of death was a rabies attack. It was strange that this experienced person did not get vaccinated, or rather, he did not get vaccinated in time. Theoretically speaking, he should have known better than others how to protect himself, but in the end, he did not escape death. Zhang Tan listened to the discussions of the people around him and came up with many possibilities. Maybe there was a problem with the vaccine, Or maybe the veteran had been careless. Or maybe he had been infected for a long time but had not been vaccinated. Or maybe he had eaten dog meat. After all, the hygiene of the street was not very good. They had cut corners when cooking, and the rabies virus was not completely eradicated. These were all possibilities. In any case, there were many different opinions, but the truth was that the famous Uncle Rod had died of rabies. Other than this famous Uncle Rod, there was another unlucky person, and that was the young man who had captured Zhang Tan. It was said that when Uncle Rod was sick, the young man had gone to find him. In the end, Uncle Rod, who was not in his right mind, had hit him with a bottle of alcohol. He was still lying in the hospital. Hearing these two pieces of news, Zhang Tan was very happy. Even though he did not know Uncle Rod well, from the discussions around him, the old man had killed countless dogs. He had even taught a group of people to kill dogs and trap cats. He had even poached, so he deserved to die. Furthermore, because of Uncle Rod, everyone on the street was in danger. Even those who did not kill the dogs in their own restaurants went to the hospital to get vaccinated. After all, many animals could carry rabies. As for the young man, Zhang Tan thought to himself, even if you can walk out of the hospital alive, don't let me see you, or I'll kill you. Zhang Tan would remember this grudge. Other than these two pieces of news, Zhang Tan also heard that the family was going out for a vacation that weekend. There would be no one at home, and it would be easier for Zhang Tan to do what he wanted. Zhang Tan wanted to use the family's phone to inform the Jiao Pa. Even if he could not say what he wanted to say, at least he could let them know that he was still alive. Zhang Tan had thought it through. He would call the Jiao family, and then the Jiao Pa would call the family, and then they would come to pick him up. After all, the family would be back on Sunday night, and he would not have to wait for too long. It was better than being homeless. 2 days later, on Friday afternoon, the family had packed their things. When the children came back from school, they drove an off-road vehicle and left with the family and the dog. After they left, Zhang Tan could not wait to jump into the house through the window to look for the phone. There was a landline next to the sofa in the living room. Zhang Tan jumped on it, bent his arm, and picked up the receiver. Then he raised his paw and pressed the numbers one by one. Zhang Tan remembered the Jiao family's phone number. In Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo's rooms, there were 3 numbers: the family's landline, the Jiao Pa's, and the Jiao Ma's. Therefore, Zhang Tan knew these 3 numbers by heart. But until now, Zhang Tan had only called the Jiao Ma when the Jiao Pa was sick. Zhang Tan was a little nervous when she pressed the button, but after she pressed the number, the voice on the other end of the line said, "The number you have dialed is not in service." Zhang Tan was stunned. He dialed again, and the result was the same. Had the Jiao family's landline changed? Zhang Tan dialed the Jiao Pa's number again, and the call did not go through. He tried the Jiao Ma's number again, and it still did not go through. F***CK. Was there a problem with this phone? It could not make long-distance calls? That was not right. Yesterday, he heard the family's owner calling someone overseas. How could it be a long-distance call? Zhang Tan did not give up and tried again. The result was the same. Zhang Tan was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone away. Unfortunately, he could not remember the phone numbers of other people in Chuhua City. Zhang Tan squatted on the sofa and scratched his head. If he had known this would happen, he would have memorized more numbers and tried them one by one. Celestine's, Exion's dormitories, Zhao Li's, Little Shua's, Huang's, Depang's, Old Man Lan's, Chu Xiangyang's. Zhang Tan could not remember any of these people's numbers. That time, Celestine had said that he had changed his phone number. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan had forgotten about it when he turned around. F***CK. He regretted it. The sound of cloth tearing rang out. Zhang Tan came back to his senses and looked at the sofa under him. He had accidentally scratched the fabric sofa. He hoped that the family's owner would not link it to the cat. Zhang Tan pulled his ears and jumped down from the sofa. He looked for something to eat in the kitchen and even found a can of milk to drink. Even though he was full, Zhang Tan still felt a chill in his heart. Night fell. The large mansion was quiet. Zhang Tan did not like this kind of quiet. He wagged his tail and slapped the ground repeatedly. The cars of the surrounding residents drove past. The light changed, and the shadow of the window frame moved on the wall of the living room. Beep beep. When the family returned home, they honked twice. Vaguely, he He could hear their laughter outside the house. Stop arguing. Zhang Tan sat up irritably and jumped out the window. Under the cover of the night, Zhang Tan could avoid being captured. The incident with Uncle Guan had made the people on that street behave themselves. Furthermore, this place was no longer within the area of that street, so no one was out there catching cats. Zhang Tan strolled aimlessly. He came to the edge of the neighborhood and squeezed through the gap in the fence. He did not walk far. When he passed by a fast food restaurant, Zhang Tan's attention was attracted by the conversation of two people. "Okay, I have something to do. I'll find you when I come back from South Town," the man in the leather vest said to the other person. "Be careful when you drive at night. When you reach South Town, give me a call." "Got it." The man in the vest waved his hand and said goodbye to the other person. Then he swung the key and walked toward the parking lot. He got into a pickup truck. "South Town?" Zhang Tan hurriedly ran up and jumped into the truck's cargo compartment. Other than the suitcase and a few bags that the man in the vest had tossed in, there was nothing else in the truck. There was still a lot of space inside. Zhang Tan stood up and leaned against the side of the truck to look outside. Then he found a place to close his eyes and rest. Chapter 60. Speaking of Nanjing, people would always think of its legendary speed of development. This international metropolis had always attracted countless people with dreams to come here. This year, the opening of the subway, the opening of small and medium-sized enterprises, the rise of civil power, and so on were all driving the development of Nanjing. On the streets, people in suits and carrying briefcases came and went in a hurry. The fashionable young people also became more and more flamboyant. Zhang Tan, sitting in the pickup truck, looked up at the tall buildings outside. The retrograde landmark buildings opened doors in Zhang Tan's memory. Suddenly seeing these, Zhang Tan felt like he didn't know what year it was. The sun was a little dazzling, but the temperature was very warm. If he was in a more peaceful environment, Zhang Tan wouldn't mind sleeping. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Zhang Tan was very familiar with this city. In addition to the fun spots that he used to frequent, he had also driven to some other places. When he was bored, he liked to take a girl out for a walk, so he could remember many places. However, after all, there was a time difference. This city was changing every year. Compared to a few years later, it was still young, but it didn't lose its vitality. The bus stops and street signs were constantly telling Zhang Tan the direction and route of the car. The pickup truck drove towards the city center, and Zhang Tan was happy to do so. However, his happiness didn't last long. The pickup truck drove into a residential area. This residential area wasn't very high-end in Nanjing, and it wasn't very big. After the pickup truck stopped, Zhang Tan immediately jumped down from it without being noticed by the driver. After jumping out of the car, Zhang Tan first found a place to hide. He didn't know what Nanjing's attitude towards stray cats was at this time. If stray cats were seen on the streets, would they be taken away? If they were really caught, Zhang Tan wasn't sure if he could escape successfully every time. It was close to noon, and the temperature was about 20 degrees. Compared to Chuhua City, it was slightly warmer. Zhang Tan hid in a corner and moved his nose. He smelled a stench on his body, and his body was a little itchy. He didn't know if it was because he was in the same cage with other cats. With so many cats in the same room, the possibility of getting fleas was very high. What a troublesome matter. Zhang Tan hadn't taken a shower since he was caught. His body was covered in dust, and there were probably some bloodstains on it as well. When the dog cage was opened, there were a lot of dried or half-dried bloodstains around the shelf. Zhang Tan inevitably got some of it, and it still smelled. However, the good thing was that the color of his fur made these stains not obvious, and he didn't look too miserable. If it was white fur, it would be difficult to clean it. Without shower gel, it would be difficult to clean it. Therefore, Zhang Tan was very glad that his fur was all black. Zhang Tan never licked his own fur. Now, when there was no one to help him with the hot water to comb his fur, he had to find a way to do it himself. In order to not look like a stray cat, she had to keep her body clean and her fur smooth. Zhang Tan looked around the neighborhood and finally chose the man-made pool. There were some koi and other small fish in it. The pool must have been cleaned often. The water was clean, and the rockery was tidied up well. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people loitering outside at noon, Zhang Tan jumped into the pool and swam around. He rubbed against the rockery to wash off the sticky dirt on his body and smooth the knotted fur on his body. After rubbing for a while, Zhang Tan played with the fish for a while, chasing them around. However, Zhang Tan had no interest in raw fish, so he didn't eat them. After feeling that it was enough, Zhang Tan came out of the pool and shook his fur to get rid of the water on his body. Sometimes, Zhang Tan wondered why cats would lick themselves when there was water on their bodies. But dogs would shake their fur vigorously or rub themselves on the ground when there was water on their bodies. Especially dogs with long fur. Sahara of the East Courtyard was one of them. He would rub himself everywhere after bathing, so his owner had to tie him up every time he bathed. Zhang Tan's fur wasn't long, so he couldn't shake off much water. When the wind blew, he felt a little cold. He couldn't get sick now. If he got sick, he would probably be thrown away like the plague or disposed of in some other way. Looking around, Zhang Tan saw a first-floor resident drying a towel outside on the balcony. He ran over and grabbed one with his claws. He wiped his fur. Zhang Tan was already familiar with this kind of thing. Without shower gel, the water in the pool wasn't very clean, but it was passable. It was better than not washing at all. After washing, Zhang Tan felt a lot more refreshed. In order to let his fur dry faster, Zhang Tan jumped onto a tree and found a place with sunlight to dry his fur. The neighborhood was quiet. Occasionally, he could hear some dogs barking. The greenery was good, but it wasn't as comfortable as the East Courtyard of Tsinghua University. Zhang Tan had now formed a habit of comparing it to the East Courtyard. After yawning, Zhang Tan changed his position. The fur on his back was almost dry, but the fur on his stomach was still dry. He lay on his side and changed the angle to continue drying his fur. He really missed the children's hairdryer in the Jiao family. Zhang Tan closed his eyes and rested. He had to be alert at all times. Otherwise, he would be tricked. With the experience of being caught, Zhang Tan didn't dare to be careless at any time, let alone in this unfamiliar environment. Occasionally, there would be people walking around. As long as they weren't walking in his direction, Zhang Tan wouldn't get up and run away. He tried to save as much energy as possible. After all, it wasn't the day where he could go home and open the fridge whenever he wanted to eat. Small footsteps sounded. In other words, it was the sound of walking through the grass. Zhang Tan's ears twitched. It didn't sound like a human's, nor was it a dog's. Zhang Tan knew the sound of a dog's paws walking on the ground. So it was the same kind. Zhang Tan opened his eyes and looked over. A white Persian cat was walking towards him with elegant steps. Many people said that Persian cats were born spoiled and gave people a feeling of magnificence and nobility. It was like a noble, not something a stray cat could compare to. Zhang Tan didn't care if it was a noble or not. At the moment, he was staring at the cat tag on the Persian cat's neck. The tip of his tail moved. It seemed that there was a good way. Even if the fur on the cat's body was cleaner, there was no guarantee. It wasn't the most direct way for people in big cities to distinguish stray cats from pet cats. The cat tag was like a person's ID card. It played an important role in such a big city. Sometimes it could change the attitude of passers-by. With a cat tag, it proved that the owner valued the cat more. It also told people that the cat had a backer. To get rid of the impression that it was a stray cat, Zhang Tan had to start with the cat tag. After all, he didn't look like a famous cat. As long as he went out and rolled a few times and got dust on him, people would probably think that he was a stray cat. The Persian cat didn't know what Zhang Tan was thinking, and it didn't notice Zhang Tan's existence. It certainly didn't know that someone was thinking about its cat tag. It still walked with elegant steps towards a few big trees. It walked over and rubbed against the tree trunks, sharpened its claws, and peed to mark its territory. No matter how elegant a cat was, it couldn't get rid of some of its natural instincts. Zhang Tan was no longer lying down. He quietly moved over from the branch and waited there. The elegant Persian cat was still intoxicated in its own world. After it finished marking its territory, it was probably ready to go to the pond next to it to watch the fish. When it raised its tail and passed by the tree Zhang Tan was in, Zhang Tan saw it and rushed over. When they were in the east side courtyard, Zhang Tan had seen Huang play and fight with the sheriff. He knew that cats generally used those few skills the most. They would either scratch and slap like a spinning top, or hug and bite and kick with their legs. So in order to avoid those situations, Zhang Tan rushed over and rode on its back. He didn't let the Persian cat turn over at all. The Persian cat struggled hard and made an angry meow, but it couldn't compare to Zhang Tan's strength. Zhang Tan pressed it to the ground and freed his paws to untie the cat collar on its neck. The cat collar was still leather, like a buckle on a belt, and not the elastic one Zhang Tan used to wear. The cat tag was also the color of local tycoon gold, and the metal engraved. It was not easy to control his strength to hold down a cat and ensure that it did not suffer any internal injuries or fractures. Furthermore, the cat's fur was thick and long, making it easy for his arm to slip. It took Zhang Tan quite a bit of effort to hold it down. Sure enough, it was easier to hold it down with a human hand. The cat's paws weren't as flexible as a human's. When he untied the cat collar, he was almost scratched by the cat several times. The cat looked very gentle, but when it was pressed down, it was really irritable. Meow! The Persian cat that was pressed on the ground growled, as if it wanted to immediately scratch Zhang Tan. It was full of anger. Meow my ass. I'm just borrowing the cat tag. Just hand over the cat tag obediently. With such a noble appearance, even if it didn't use the cat tag, no one would think it was a stray cat. Besides, if it lost the cat tag, its owner would definitely give it another one. In order to ensure his own safety, Zhang Tan had no choice but to rob this brother of his. Hey, what are those two cats doing? Are they fighting? A little girl's voice came from not far away. Zhang Tan looked over. There were two children, not even as old as Jiao Yuan. The little girl who spoke just now was about the same age as little Pomelo. There was a pool between them and Zhang Tan, so Zhang Tan wasn't worried that they would immediately run over. There was a 10-year-old boy next to the little girl. After seeing Zhang Tan's situation, he immediately covered the little girl's eyes. Oh, it's broad daylight. Shame. Zhang Tan was speechless. Shame your ass. What was this little brat thinking? Seeing the two children run away, Zhang Tan continued to struggle with the cat collar. With great difficulty, he finally untied the cat collar from the Persian cat's neck. Zhang Tan held the cat collar in his mouth and retreated. However, after the Persian cat got up, it didn't attack Zhang Tan. It arched its back and looked at Zhang Tan vigilantly. Then it ran away, probably to find comfort at home. Holding the cat collar in his mouth, Zhang Tan climbed up the tree. He adjusted the collar so that he could take it off at any time. It looked a little loose. The shiny gold cat tag was too eye-catching against the black fur, but it was better than nothing. He bent his claws to take a look at the cat tag. The name of the Persian cat was engraved on it. Katie? This name was so F***ing high-end. The problem wasn't it awkward to give a male cat such a name? Zhang Tan still felt that Caesar was more domineering. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. After adjusting the cat collar, Zhang Tan didn't immediately put it back on. Instead, he hid it and walked around the neighborhood. He found a house and climbed into it to get something to eat. Chapter 61. Coming out of the neighborhood, Zhang Tan was ready to hitch a ride. When he decided to come to this city, Zhang Tan already had a plan. Zhang Tan rarely took the bus before. When he was too young to drive, he would take a taxi when he went out. He didn't want to squeeze with other people on the bus. Because of this, he left an impression on many people that he was a rich young master. Of course, behind the rich young master was a sucker. Walking along the sidewalk, Zhang Tan came to a stop sign. A few young girls who were waiting for the bus saw Zhang Tan and squatted down to tease him. The people around them just smiled and didn't say much. This was the advantage of wearing a cat tag. In many people's eyes, wearing a cat tag meant that the cat in front of them had been vaccinated and was well taken care of. It wasn't a stray cat that might carry germs, so even if they didn't like cats very much, they wouldn't dislike them too much. If it was a cat that didn't wear a cat tag and looked very ordinary, even if the cat acted very close to people, they would still be very repulsed. Zhang Tan didn't immediately walk away when he saw the young girls. He cooperated with them and rubbed against them. He was happy to be touched by the girls. If they took out some trinkets from their keychains, Zhang Tan pretended to be very interested and raised his paw to touch them a few times to earn their favor. While pretending to cooperate, Zhang Tan also paid attention to the bus routes and stops on the stop sign. He wasn't familiar with many of the stops, but he knew the names of some of the landmark buildings and places. He couldn't move around in the daytime, so he could only wait until night to hitch a ride. After figuring out the general route, Zhang Tan found a place to sit and wait for night to come. It was impossible to find a pickup truck every time, And not every pickup truck would take the route Zhang Tan planned. So Zhang Tan decided to hitch a ride on the bus. Forget about the double-decker buses, and forget about the trams. To avoid accidents, Zhang Tan chose to hitch a ride on the more common single-decker buses. Finally, the sky turned dark. Zhang Tan's chest tightened as he looked at the crowded buses. Fortunately, he didn't have to squeeze in. When the bus he wanted arrived at the bus stop, Zhang Tan sped up and rushed over without waiting for the door to open. Then, he jumped onto the roof of the bus. It was noisy inside the bus, so no one heard the noise from the roof. What happened just now? A passenger sitting by the window saw a black shadow flash by from the corner of his eye. What do you mean what happened? Forget it. I guess my eyes are playing tricks on me. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when we arrive. The man leaned against the window and began to take a nap. At this moment, Zhang Tan, who had jumped on the roof of the car, was still a little surprised. He thought that he would step on the window or something to assist him when he jumped. He didn't expect that when he accelerated toward the car, he suddenly had a strong feeling of confidence that he could jump directly. After that, he was already on the roof of the car. He moved his legs and didn't feel any discomfort. After the passengers had alighted and boarded the bus, the door closed and the bus started moving. Zhang Tan quickly ran over and hooked onto the protrusion at the skylight of the bus. The roof of the bus was relatively smooth. After the bus started moving, if it made a sharp turn or a sudden stop, Zhang Tan would probably be thrown out. Therefore, he had to firmly hook onto the fixed object to stabilize himself. Probably no one would have thought that there was a cat lying on the roof of this very ordinary bus. Zhang Tan couldn't tell where the bus was going. He could only pay attention to the bus's stop announcement every time it arrived at the bus stop. This bus's route was only part of the route that Zhang Tan wanted. Therefore, after arriving at a certain stop, Zhang Tan had to get off the bus and change to another route to continue his ride. Some buses stopped at 9 o'clock in the evening. Some were open all night. Every time he changed buses, Zhang Tan had to look at the time of the bus he was about to take. It would be best if the bus was open all night. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to wait for another bus. Taking the bus was troublesome, but in order to achieve his goal, Zhang Tan had to repeat this trouble again and again. In this way, Zhang Tan was getting closer and closer to the destination in his heart. When the bus stopped at a stop in the middle, Zhang Tan suddenly heard someone calling him. "Hey Zhang Tan, wait a minute." It was a child's voice. Zhang Tan couldn't remember who it was. Zhang Tan looked in the direction of the voice. He only saw the back of a few children walking into a taxi. The night light intertwined, so he couldn't see clearly. There was an arcade around this stop. Zhang Tan recalled that he often came here when he was young. When he was in the mood, he would skip class and come here to play for the whole day. Although there were many places that minors were not allowed to enter, that was only on the surface. As long as you threw money, there would naturally be places to play. The taxi went away. The route was in the same direction as Zhang Tan's own plan. However, Zhang Tan couldn't see the appearance of the passengers in the car clearly. He could only vaguely see that there were a few children sitting inside. He was inexplicably nervous. When the bus suddenly moved, Zhang Tan almost lost his grip and slid out. After getting off the bus at the stop, Zhang Tan squatted not far from the bus stop and looked at the bus stop sign showing the various bus routes. This was the last bus. After the bus came, it would be very close after 7 or 8 stops. The name of the last stop was the name of the neighborhood Zhang Tan used to live in. It was easy to recognize. As he was thinking, Zhang Tan suddenly became alert. He dodged sideways. The place where he was squatting just now was hit by a rubber bullet. It bounced up and disappeared. After being caught, Zhang Tan's vigilance increased a lot. He was also more sensitive to the danger around him. That was why he could dodge the rubber bullets so quickly. Zhang Tan had played with rubber bullets before. It was a toy that children liked. Zhao Yuan also had one. Looking sideways, Zhang Tan saw a few young people sitting by the railings. They looked like they had drunk too much. They probably saw a cat on the side of the road and raised their toy guns to shoot at it. They usually liked to play shooting games. They had played rubber bullets, paintballs, field games, and so on. The toy guns in their hands were won from a shooting game at the club. Although they didn't like children's toys, they could use them to pass the time when they were bored. Moreover, even if they had drunk, They were very confident in their shooting skills. They thought they would hear the cat scream, but they didn't expect that the cat could dodge it. Therefore they got excited. A few of them got up and walked towards Zhang Tan. F***ck. Zhang Tan cursed in his heart. His luck was really F***king bad. On the other side, a few young men were holding toy guns. They shouted like madmen as they chased after Zhang Tan. Rubber bullets were fired one after another. Zhang Tan didn't want to run too far. He wanted to wait for the last bus, but the crazy people behind him kept chasing. As Zhang Tan ran, he looked around to see if there was a good place to hide. There was a van at the corner. The door of the luggage compartment at the back was open. Zhang Tan rushed in and found a place to hide. The driver of the van had a cigarette in his hand and was talking to the people standing outside the van. He didn't even notice that there was an extra cat in his car. There was no one else in the van except for the driver. There were some goods on the seats, such as color TVs and other household appliances. There was also some stuff in the luggage compartment. In the back, there were daily necessities, such as toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, and so on. Zhang Tan hid behind the goods and looked at the crazy young people running towards him through the gap. "Where did the cat go?" one of the young people said as he fiddled with his hair. There were some shopping malls around. After turning the corner, there were no bushes or flower beds except for the trees on both sides of the road. "Did it climb up a tree?" another young man said as he looked at the surrounding trees. The person who first shot at Zhang Tan looked around and walked towards the van. Zhang Tan shrank back and lowered his body, trying to hide himself. Just as the young man was getting closer, another person came to the back of the minivan. This person was the one who had spoken to the driver earlier. He raised his hand and pulled the door of the luggage compartment open with all his might. Pa! The door of the van was closed. Zhang Tan was speechless. He turned around and saw that the driver had finished smoking and closed the window. Zhang Tan's plan to run out through the window was ruined. F***ck. Bad luck. Life is full of obstacles. No amount of beauties could calm Zhang Tan's heart, which was currently galloping like an alpaca. Zhang Tan suddenly wanted to yell, F***ck, let me out. However, Zhang Tan's response was the sound of the van's engine. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands that forced him away when he was close to the target. He couldn't resist. He was so close to the target twice, but the result was still the same. Was this God's will? Zhang Tan didn't know. The driver was playing some nostalgic songs in the van. Zhang Tan used to listen to a few of them before. Coupled with Zhang Tan's complicated feelings, he had the urge to bang his head against the wall. There were no walls here, so Zhang Tan hit the back seat. The music in the van was too loud, so the driver didn't hear the strange sounds behind him. He was still singing along in his narcissistic state. After a while, the driver's phone rang. He turned down the music and answered the call. Zhang Tan wanted to say that it was dangerous to talk on the phone while driving, but he used to do this often. Even drunk driving was common. Zhang Tan really felt that he was lucky to be able to grow up safely. Okay. I'll call him. Yes, I know how to call the landline. Oh, what's the area code in Beijing? 010. Okay. I got it. The driver happily talked on the phone, but Zhang Tan felt like he was stuck in mud and then struck by lightning. Area code? F***ck. He didn't add the area code last time. As for the phone, it seemed like he needed to add a 0 when he called a long-distance call from another province. Zhang Tan, you're a pig. He hadn't used a phone for so long that he didn't even remember this basic knowledge. Zhang Tan wanted to slap himself a few times. His brain wasn't working at the critical moment. He really didn't expect it to be so severe at that time. The opportunity was so close, and he had suffered so much for nothing. His current situation was even more unpredictable. If the Jiaopa knew about it, he would definitely blame himself for not teaching his cat how to make long-distance calls. Zhang Tan lay on a cardboard box, thinking back to when he made the call. His brain wasn't very clear, and he wasn't very rational. It must be the side effect of the drug. Yes, the telecommunications company was also at fault. Even if they couldn't recognize the number from another province, they should have given some hints. No matter what, the opportunity was missed. What should he do now? Zhang Tan was annoyed. Should he hit the driver until he fainted? Zhang Tan looked at the flashing streetlights outside the car window, estimated the speed of the car, and then looked at the cars coming and going outside. It was quite dangerous, and he could get into an accident if he wasn't careful. Forget it, he would find a chance to call the driver when he reached his home. Since he had found the key, he wasn't afraid that he couldn't solve it. Zhang Tan was still optimistic as she planned her next course of action. However, when the car stopped, Zhang Tan jumped out of the van while the driver was moving the goods, and was stunned by the woods and fields that filled his vision. Chapter 62. When Zhang Tan got out of the car, the sky was already a little bright. Because he was too engrossed in his thoughts, Zhang Tan didn't pay attention to how long the minivan had been running. He didn't even expect that he would be so unlucky. He just happened to sit in this car and the car left the city. He didn't even know if this place was still in Nanqing. However, according to the time, he was afraid that he was already far away from Nanqing. What he saw were patches of woods and fields that stretched to the horizon. The countryside was not poor. The houses of the residents were modern, and only a few places still had the old-fashioned tiled houses. Zhang Tan didn't know where this place was on the map, but seeing that many of the residents' houses were 2- or 3-story bungalows, he knew that the living conditions of these people were good. It was easier to find a phone. If it was a poor place, it would be difficult to find a phone. Zhang Tan wrote down the address of the minivan driver's house. If the driver drove again, he could continue to ride. After that, Zhang Tan was ready to walk around to familiarize himself with the terrain and the unfamiliar environment. To wait for an opportunity, he must spend the waiting days peacefully. He wanted to see which residents were easier to kill and easier to find food. He also wanted to see which villagers had phones at home, and whether it was easy to find an opportunity to make a call. Another important thing was to find a safer place for himself. In terms of safety, Zhang Tan preferred the taller branches. Perhaps because the temperature here was slightly higher than in the central region at this time of the year, it was warmer. Many deciduous trees were leafy, which was good for Zhang Tan to hide. Walking around the village, Zhang Tan met a few dogs and a cat that was playing with bugs outside. They were all kept in captivity. Seeing them wandering around leisurely, Zhang Tan felt more at ease. The fact that these cats and dogs were wandering around meant that no one was trying to trick the dogs and cats. Zhang Tan found a large locust tree with lush foliage as a temporary foothold when the weather was clear. She jumped up and tried it out. Overall, she was quite satisfied. She chose a branch to lie down on and looked around. From here, he could see the situation in the village. At the same time, he was not very close to the village, so he would not be harassed by the villagers. There was a citrus grove near the locust tree, and there were 2 dogs tied up in it. Zhang Tan had just seen a cat enter the citrus garden and walk past the 2 dogs. The 2 dogs only glanced at it and then did not respond. They were probably familiar with each other and did not bother to bark. A black butterfly flew past the big locust tree and into the citrus garden, dancing among the citrus trees. Zhang Tan remembered that this seemed to be a type of butterfly. He had seen something similar in Old Man Lan's small garden before. In the end, the butterfly that flew into the small garden was made into a specimen by Old Man Lan. At that time, there were still a few students present. Zhang Tan overheard their discussion, saying that in some places, this phoenix butterfly was the legendary Liangzhu butterfly. The butterfly was also very particular. To be able to become a butterfly, this butterfly had to be type 2. The so-called type 2 meant that there were inherent and obvious differences between female and male individuals, allowing people to determine the butterfly's gender through these differences. Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai were a man and a woman. Connecting it to the legend, people felt that there should be differences when they turned into butterflies. On the other hand, for example, the Damo butterfly, because the male and female phoenix butterflies were similar in color, it was not easy to distinguish them. Therefore, they were not advocated as Liangzhu butterflies. Zhang Tan looked at the pattern on the wings of this phoenix butterfly. It looked like a female butterfly, which was Zhu Yingtai. Zhang Tan was admiring Zhu Yingtai. Suddenly, the cat that walked into the citrus garden jumped up from behind a citrus tree and slapped the butterfly down with its paw. It slapped it a few times and played with it with its paw. Then it ate it. Zhang Tan. He did not know how the people who told the legend would feel when they saw this scene. After Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai turned into butterflies, they were eaten by a cat? The people who heard this cruel version of the story would probably have constipated expressions. Yawning, Zhang Tan closed his eyes and began to sleep. He had no choice. If he wanted to take action, he had to wait until night. Zhang Tan had a dream when he was sleeping. He dreamed of the days when he was in the Jiao family during the New Year. He remembered that day when Zhang Tan and the two children sat on the sofa and watched TV. The show was playing, The Dog is Talking. At that time, the Jiao Yuan said, "Black charcoal, you must remember the way home. If you get lost and we can't find you, can you come back by yourself?" Zhang Tan had been conflicted about whether he should stay in Nanqing or find a way to go back to Chuhua City. However, in the end, he decided to go back to Chuhua City. After all, the lives of cats and humans were different. It was really not easy to find a good family. Moreover, Zhang Tan had already begun to miss the courtyard in the eastern district. When night fell, Zhang Tan jumped down from the locust tree and walked towards the villager's house. The people in this place ate early and went to bed early, so Zhang Tan did not have to wait too long. He first found a few houses and found some food to eat. It was not very delicious, so he could only make do with it. After eating, he went to find a phone. It was a bit difficult to find a phone. The people in this place also liked to put the phone in the bedroom and at the head of the bed. In other words, the phone was always guarded at night. Zhang Tan went to a few houses, but the situation was the same. Even if the villagers were asleep at night, Zhang Tan did not dare to call them immediately. The phone was at the head of their bed, and it could easily wake them up. Zhang Tan did not want to be treated as a monster, so he could only continue to search and see if there were any residents who were easy to target. Zhang Tan would not choose those who had dogs at home. These dogs did not recognize Zhang Tan and would bark when they saw him. Zhang Tan could not do anything about this, but most of the villagers had dogs at home, so Zhang Tan's choices were much narrower. Fortunately, Zhang Tan finally found a good household, and what was more coincidental was that this household was the family of the driver of the minivan. Hiding in the dark, Zhang Tan eavesdropped on the villagers' conversation. It turned out that the younger brother of the minivan driver was preparing to get married. A few days ago, he had gone to the southern part of the city for some business, so he bought some related necessities and appliances. The wedding date was the day after tomorrow. This family had a big yard. Because they had an open-air banquet, but the kitchen was not big enough, so they had a meal in the yard. Now the people in his family were basically busy in the yard, and they continued to work when it was dark at night. In this way, there was no one in the room. What was better was that this family did not have a dog, which made Zhang Tan very satisfied. The first floor was where the elderly lived. The phone was not here, and there was nothing in the hall. Zhang Tan did not look much. There was a simple shed next to the two-story house for cars. Zhang Tan climbed into the second floor from this simple shed. There was a phone in the bedroom on the second floor. Like other residents, the landline phone was also placed on the bedside table. Zhang Tan observed that there were indeed no adults on the second floor at this time. They all went to the yard to help. In the small room next door, there was a little girl who looked like she was in kindergarten. She was reading on the floor covered with foam boards. As long as there were no adults, it was fine. Even if a child who did not even know how to count saw him, Zhang Tan did not care. Adults did not take the words of children seriously. Zhang Tan jumped in through the window and ran excitedly to the phone. He jumped onto the bedside table, picked up the receiver, and dialed the number by heart. Of course, this time, he did not forget to add 0 in front of the phone number. As for the landline number, Zhang Tan did not remember what the area code of Chuhua City was, so he dialed the number of Jiao Pa. At this time, the Jiao family should be at home, right? Associate Professor Jiao should be at home too. Zhang Tan waited excitedly after dialing the number. However, when he heard the notification sound from the phone, Zhang Tan's mood suddenly became gloomy. F***CK. This phone did not have a long-distance lock. He had to find the key to unlock it. Where could he find the key? Zhang Tan rummaged through the drawer, but did not find the small key to unlock the phone's long-distance lock. He was puzzled. Was there a need to lock the phone's long-distance lock? Shouldn't long-distance calls be frequently used in this kind of place? Dejected, Zhang Tan put the phone back. He squatted there and thought for a while. Would the villagers' phones all be locked? Why did he have to try them one by one? But it would be best if he could steal the driver's phone, or someone else's phone. At least a phone would not be as troublesome as a landline. Looking around the bedroom, there were a lot of candies and snacks on the table because there was a wedding. It was probably used to entertain guests. Zhang Tan took out a bag of beef jerky and squid shredded into a big bag. After taking them out, he zipped up the bag and jumped onto the window. He carried the 2 bags of snacks and prepared to leave. When Zhang Tan stood by the window, he was holding the snacks in his hands. His legs were on the windowsill, and he was ready to jump down. Before jumping, Zhang Tan felt someone looking at him. He turned his head to look. The little girl who was reading the picture book next door was hiding outside the bedroom door. She did not shout, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. Zhang Tan paused, then ignored her and jumped off the windowsill. It was not convenient to jump with 2 legs, but it was okay to jump a few times while looking for the phone. Zhang Tan was willing to empty his hands to carry things. Anyway, at this time, no one saw him except for the little girl. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, he would not stay in this place forever. If he was discovered, he could just run away. Zhang Tan left in a carefree manner, but it had a big impact on the child. In the evening, the child's mother came over with a picture book to teach the little girl how to count, from 1 to 10. In order to match the memory, her mother also taught her some things in the real world. How many legs does the little bird use to walk? Her mother asked. 2. The little girl stretched out 2 fingers. How many legs does the big yellow dog use to walk? 4. The little girl counted the legs of the big yellow dog in the picture book and said, "Yes, so smart. How many legs does the little cat use to walk?" Her mother asked with a smile. The little girl thought about the cat she saw today and counted with her fingers. Then she stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2. Her mother was speechless. Zhang Tan did not know the impact he had caused. At this moment, he was holding 2 bags of snacks and walking towards the big locust tree. At this time, there was no one in the field. There were only a few dogs guarding the orchard. No one would see a cat that walked very naturally with 2 legs. As Zhang Tan walked, he thought about how to borrow the phone. Suddenly, he heard a faint humming sound. Zhang Tan perked up her ears and tried to distinguish the sound. She felt that it was similar to the sound of a dog. Putting down the snacks in his hands, Zhang Tan walked in the direction of the sound. If there was any danger, 4 legs would be faster to run. Chapter 63. Puppy. And it was locked in a dog cage. This kind of dog cage was not like the ones Zhang Tan had seen in dog and cat meat restaurants. The cage in front of him was obviously more high-end and looked like it was for pet dogs. Zhang Tan remembered that when he ran from the big locust tree to the villager's house, he didn't hear anything. This should have happened when he was looking for the phone. However, when he was looking for the phone, he avoided some residents who had dogs, so he didn't know who the owner of the cage and the dog belonged to. He moved his ears, but there was no sound of other people around, and there was no smell of strangers. Zhang Tan went to the cage and looked. Because the puppy was too small, Zhang Tan couldn't tell what breed it was. He didn't know much about it. The door of the cage was not locked, but there was a small catch. The puppy didn't know how to open it, so he didn't know how long it had been trapped inside. The temperature at night in the mountains was relatively low. Although it was not as cold as late autumn and winter, it was still not something that a puppy of this size could withstand. Dogs, like cats, had a slightly higher body temperature than humans. The surrounding temperature was about 10 degrees. He didn't know if the puppy could withstand such a difference in temperature. Noticing that Zhang Tan was standing outside the cage, the barking puppy came to Zhang Tan and looked at Zhang Tan through the cage. Seeing that Zhang Tan didn't move, it continued to hum and bite the cage with its small teeth that hadn't grown much. Zhang Tan opened the cage door with his paw. The puppy paused, tested the door, and then ran out. Although it was still a puppy, this kind of dog should be relatively large. Compared to the current Zhang Tan, the size of these 3 puppies was not much smaller than him. Ignoring the puppy that ran out, Zhang Tan looked at the other 2 in the cage that didn't move. He raised his paw and touched them. They were still soft. He thought that the 2 puppies were dead. He didn't expect them to kick their legs and open their mouths twice. Did they sleep too soundly? Zhang Tan looked around. The pit was too big to block the wind. The wind was relatively strong at night. If 2 or 3 of them were left here, they probably wouldn't survive for long. But Zhang Tan didn't want to get into trouble. He had a hard life, so how could he take care of these 3 puppies? It was more practical to steal a phone as soon as possible and figure out a way to go back to the east courtyard. However, when Zhang Tan turned around and walked 2 steps, The puppy that ran out of the cage immediately came over and rubbed against Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan pushed it aside. It ran back happily, probably thinking that Zhang Tan was playing with it. Zhang Tan simply threw it directly into the cage and closed the cage door. He didn't care and it began to hum. He turned around again. But after walking for about 10 meters, he slowed down again. Zhang Tan looked back at the dog that was squatting by the cage and looking straight at him. The night sky was dotted with stars. With the starlight, Zhang Tan could see that the dog's body was basically white. There was a large patch of black where one of its eyes was, as if it was wearing an eye patch. This reminded Zhang Tan of Niu Zhuangzhuang in the courtyard. But the two looked different. Niu Zhuangzhuang's big head was too special. This paparazzi's body proportions were not like that. It also didn't look like the common dogs in the village. It was probably a skewer. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been abandoned by its owner. When Zhang Tan used to walk in the courtyard, he often heard the conversations of dog owners. He knew the attitude of many dog owners. If their dog's puppy didn't satisfy them, they would directly throw it away. Sahara's owner said, "A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat. A dog travels 1,000 miles to eat shit." Knowing that it eats shit, but still raising it, not caring about its pedigree or breed, taking care of it every day, tolerating it digging holes in the house, burying bones, biting tables and chairs, spitting saliva and rebelling. That must be true love. Even if it was a mutt, there were people who loved it. It was a dog breed that had undergone thousands or even tens of thousands of years of natural and artificial selection. There was no lack of individuals who understood human nature, had good perception, were loyal and obedient, and had strong hunting abilities. As for skewer dogs, many famous breeds were also skewered. So, the family that threw the dog away definitely didn't love it. When Zhang Tan came back to his senses, he had already walked to the cage again. The puppy inside was humming even harder and making whining sounds. TSK, so annoying. Zhang Tan thought that since he had nothing to do now, he could just find a place to throw it away. He remembered that there were some short shrubs next to the big locust tree. It should be able to block the wind, and no one often went there. Lifting the cage, Zhang Tan walked to the big locust tree. As for the 2 bags of snacks, he would pick them up later. Anyway, no one would pick them up at this time. As there were fewer villagers near the short shrubs, the vegetation was denser, and it was good for blocking the wind. After putting down the cage and adjusting its position, Zhang Tan broke some branches and put them on top of the cage as a cover. He pulled some vines around the cage so that it wouldn't be too easy to find out, right? After setting up, Zhang Tan went back to pick up the 2 bags of snacks. However, when he was picking up the snacks, he suddenly thought, would the puppy starve to death after being hungry for a night? It shouldn't, right? It was just one night. Although he thought so, Zhang Tan felt that if the puppy really starved to death, his efforts would be in vain. So, he threw down the 2 bags of snacks and ran to the villagers. The bread driver's family had already fallen asleep. Some big pots and steamers were set up in the yard. Zhang Tan looked around and found some porridge in one of the steamers. It was still warm. It hadn't been there for too long, so it was probably left there before the family finished eating. Looking around, Zhang Tan found the disposable bowl used by the host for guests and filled it with some porridge. There were some boiled eggs in the other big pot. Zhang Tan found a bag for vegetables and put a few in. When the porridge was brought to the big locust tree, it was no longer hot. Zhang Tan couldn't find anything to heat it up. Anyway, he brought the porridge over with a tentative attitude. He also put an egg in it. Zhang Tan ate the egg white himself and put the egg yolk inside to mix with the porridge. If it was the Zhang Tan of the past, he would definitely not do this. As for his current behavior, for the time being, he attributed it to the derivative emotions of wandering outside. Looking at the porridge in the bowl that had been stirred into a paste, Zhang Tan felt that he really had no appetite. He didn't know if the puppy could eat this. If the puppy didn't eat it, he didn't care. He opened the cage, put the bowl in the corner of the cage, closed the cage, picked up the 2 bags of snacks, and climbed up the tree to rest. In the middle of the night, Zhang Tan heard the sound of eating in the cage. It should be the puppy eating, and it seemed that there was more than one puppy. When it was almost dawn, Zhang Tan jumped down the tree to check. There was no porridge in the bowl. Zhang Tan thought that the 2 puppies would not survive. Now that their stomachs were bulging and their breathing was strong, he guessed that they had gotten up in the middle of the night to eat. It was good to have a strong vitality. The next day, Zhang Tan continued to go out to find out what the villagers were doing at what time. If the villagers were busy in the fields or orchards, Zhang Tan would try to steal the phone even during the day. However, he didn't find anything that day. In the end, he ran to the driver's house to look for food. He jumped to the second floor and took a bag of thumb pancakes that children ate. Before leaving, Zhang Tan saw the little girl again. Just like before, the little girl hid behind the door and looked in Zhang Tan's direction. She looked very serious and even cracked her fingers, as if she was confirming something. Zhang Tan didn't know what she was doing. At this time, he also heard footsteps. The busy driver and his wife finally came upstairs. Zhang Tan quickly jumped off the windowsill with the biscuits and ran away. After taking a shower, the little girl's mother took out a picture book to teach her. The little girl answered the first few questions very well, and the driver and his wife were very satisfied. However, in the end, her mother thought about it and asked, "How many legs does the kitten use to walk?" The little girl's answer was not so simple. 2 or 4. The little girl, who was about to say, 2, changed her words when she saw her mother's face suddenly change color. However, she felt very wronged, so she cried out. This question was really too difficult. Did it have 2 legs or 4 legs? Zhang Tan didn't know the trouble he brought. He searched for 2 days in a row and didn't find a suitable opportunity. The villagers, even if they had mobile phones, carried them close to their bodies and hid them well for fear that someone would take them away. Also, in this era, mobile phones were still very valuable items, not as common as a few years later. However, in this way, Zhang Tan suffered. The 3 puppies were now much more energetic. Zhang Tan would let them out to play for a while during the day. The 3 puppies didn't run around and just played around. Zhang Tan looked at them from a tree not far from the cage. In fact, it would be much better if they could be kept in the cage, but these 3 puppies still had to pee or poop. It was too troublesome to put them in the cage. Zhang Tan didn't want to clean them a second time. He directly released the 3 puppies and threw them into the cage after they pooped. During the day, he looked after the 3 puppies. At night, he looked for opportunities to steal mobile phones and find some food to feed the puppies. This continued for a week. On this day, the 3 puppies were playing outside. The cat that ate butterflies ran over, and the 3 puppies jumped and chased after it. Zhang Tan didn't stop it. According to the situation this week, the 3 puppies would come back if they couldn't catch up and wouldn't run far. But Zhang Tan didn't expect that the cat didn't run away directly, but played with the 3 puppies for a while. It was estimated that the cat usually spent a lot of time with dogs and didn't reject them. It played very happily and ran over to tease them from time to time, letting the 3 puppies chase and bite it. The puppies were so small that even if they had teeth, they didn't have much strength to bite. Zhang Tan didn't care about them. It was good to get along well, and there was a cat to play with, so Zhang Tan didn't have to worry about them. Just as he was about to take a nap, Zhang Tan heard a voice. Looking out from between the leaves, Zhang Tan saw a man in his 30s, carrying a big bag, walking over here. As he walked, he was holding a mobile phone and talking to someone on the phone. The man's accent on the phone didn't sound like a local, and he looked a little down and out. Chapter 64. Zhang Tan was so focused on his phone that he didn't notice the 3 puppies and the cat running towards him. After the man finished the call, he squatted down and scratched the chin of the cat, then looked at the 3 puppies in surprise. When the puppies saw the stranger, they didn't immediately approach him. They walked forward and quickly took 2 steps back. The biggest one even barked twice proudly. However, because it was still too small, it couldn't run steadily. It tripped and rolled on the ground. "Hey, whose puppy is this? Why did it run here?" The man pulled a piece of grass to tease the puppy, but it was intercepted by the cat next to him. Patting his pants, the man put his phone in his pocket, got up and walked towards the 3 puppies. Seeing the stranger approaching, the 3 puppies barked a few times, then turned around and ran back. They didn't go directly into the cage, but ran to the big locust tree and barked at Zhang Tan, who was hiding in the tree. Zhang Tan wanted to hit his head on the tree trunk. "What's the use of barking at me? My plan was all messed up by you." Originally, Zhang Tan had prepared 2 plans. One was to follow the man and find a chance to make a move. The other was to knock him out with a stick and steal his phone when he wasn't paying attention. Anyway, Zhang Tan had already done this kind of thing before, so he didn't mind doing it a few more times. However, these 2 plans were all ruined by the 3 puppies. Zhang Tan felt that after exposing himself, the success rate of making a move would be much lower, so now he was very unhappy. Looking at the 3 puppies barking under the big locust tree, Zhang Tan wanted to slap them one by one. Damn it! Feng Xiaokong just came out to make a phone call. He didn't expect to see the 3 puppies. However, this place was too far from the village house. Who would put the puppies so far away? Guarding the orchard? How could such small puppies guard the orchard? And as far as Feng Xiaokong knew in the past few days, there were 2 male dogs guarding the orchard. Where did the puppies come from? Which family did you catch him recently? Feng Xiaokong followed him in confusion. This orchard belonged to the family he was staying at. He had never heard the landlord mention that he had caught a new puppy. Seeing the 3 puppies barking at the tree, Feng Xiaokong was even more surprised. He looked up at the big locust tree in front of him. Although it wasn't obvious from afar, once one got closer and took a closer look, one would be able to see black fur between the gaps of the leaves. Cat. A dog couldn't have climbed so high, and it couldn't have been a black leopard. If that was the case, how could the 3 puppies survive? So it could only be a cat. But the question was, why were the 3 puppies barking at the cat in the tree? How strange. Zhang Tan knew that he had been discovered, but he didn't intend to jump down. It was safer to hide in the tree. The 3 puppies barked for a long time but did not see any response from Zhang Tan, so they began to whine again. Feng Xiaokong looked around and saw the hidden dog cage. He was even more confused. Although he was confused, Feng Xiaokong still left, and the cat followed him. After the man walked away, Zhang Tan jumped down from the tree. The 3 puppies stopped whining and immediately came over. As a result, they were slapped by Zhang Tan one by one. He didn't use much strength. Such small puppies, if he used more strength, Zhang Tan suspected that they would become stupid. But the 3 puppies thought that Zhang Tan was playing with them, so they grinned and came over again. Zhang Tan was annoyed. He jumped up the tree again, thinking about when he would see a villager with a cell phone who was alone. He would solve the problem by force. In less than half an hour, Zhang Tan saw the man come over again. This time, he was holding a bowl of porridge in his hand. There was meat in the porridge instead of egg yolks. Feng Xiaokong came over with the bowl and put it in front of the 3 puppies. The 3 puppies had already smelled the smell. They quickly ran over and began to eat. Zhang Tan curled his lips. Although he was a little dissatisfied that the 3 puppies believed him so easily and began to eat, it saved him the trouble of stealing food for them at night. The 3 puppies ate very quickly. After a while, the bowl of porridge was empty. They even licked the bowl clean. Hey, there really are dogs. A young man in his 20s came over with a shovel. Seeing the 3 puppies step back, he thought for a moment, put the shovel aside with a smile, and walked over with his bare hands. Finished planting the trees? Feng Xiaokong asked. Finished planting. I wonder what those so-called new varieties of citrus will look like, the young man said as he wiped his sweat and leaned against the tree trunk. These dogs don't look like mongrels. Feng Xiaokong pointed at the 3 puppies who were playing with each other. Yes, it's a strung dog, a mongrel dog. This is probably the son of the village head's son, Du Gao. Yesterday, I heard that they threw the puppy away. I didn't expect to see it here. The young man became excited again when he talked about it. The tiredness from planting the tree just now disappeared. Du Gao? I remember someone said that the village chief's son had 2 Du Gao, 1 male and 1 female. Yes, haha. Everyone in our village knows that the female Du Gao didn't like the male Du Gao. Instead, a mongrel got her. I just don't know whose mongrel it is. It's so capable. When the puppies were just born, they could fool people with the excuse that the puppies were too young and didn't grow up. As they grew up, they became more and more like mongrels and could run around. They couldn't hide it anymore. No one was a fool. Although people didn't say it publicly, they treated it as a joke in private. Their family probably felt embarrassed and threw the puppies away. In the beginning, they were so proud of raising the Du Gao. They even bought it at a high price. In the end, it became a joke. The young man laughed happily. What about these puppies? Feng Xiaokong asked. The young man came over and picked up the biggest puppy. Yo, they are quite fierce. If he wasn't prepared, he would have been bitten by the puppy. The puppy that was picked up saw that it couldn't bite people and made a low growl in its throat. These puppies are not bad, but it's probably not good to keep them in the village. The village chief's family will definitely have opinions. I'll call my friend later and ask. His family has a ranch. A few days ago, they said they wanted to buy dogs. I think these 3 are good. Your friend likes this kind of dog. It's not that he likes this kind of dog. He likes native dogs the most. He often goes to the mountains to find pure native dogs and brings them back to train. That kind of pure native dog is stronger, has spiritual energy, and is smart enough. After a long time, it's also loyal enough. They are also brave and can hunt. They can also be used as working dogs. The dog he raised before was like that. That dog didn't look like much, but it was really strong. It often caught rabbits and brought them back for dinner. It definitely wouldn't lose to those so-called world-famous hunting dogs. Unfortunately, it was shot during the New Year. The dog forced itself to go home with an anesthetic needle on its back. It died when it came home. He was sad for a long time because of this. It's been a few months and he hasn't raised it again. A few days ago, I heard that he wanted to buy a dog. As the young man spoke, he pinched the puppy's bones in his hand and looked at the dog's paw. Zheng Tan looked at this person. He seemed to be very satisfied with the puppies. And listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan felt that it was really rare for him to be able to survive the anesthetic gun. The young man continued, a real hound is not something that can be seen, but is reflected through continuous training. Of course, the innate requirements must also be met. These few are not bad. If he wants them, I will send them to him directly. Anyway, they are an eyesore to the village chief's family. The puppies that were put down shook their fur, then quickly ran to the big pagoda tree. They raised their heads and barked at Zheng Tan, probably to express their grievances. What's wrong with the puppies? Why are they barking at the tree? The young man asked. There's a black cat up there. Feng Xiaokong stretched out his finger and pointed up. The young man shook his head. No one in our village raises a black cat. Some people say that black cats are unlucky, so they don't raise them. Even if they do, they'll send them away or throw them away. These 3 puppies were probably picked up by the black cat on the tree, Feng Xiaokong said. Black cats are really weird. They even pick up puppies. The young man didn't care whether the black cat was telling the truth or not. The more he looked at the 3 puppies, the more satisfied he was. Brother Feng, I'll go back and make a call. Just use my phone. Feng Xiaokong was about to take out his phone from his pocket. No, I'll go first. Brother Feng, help me look after the puppies. Don't let anyone take them. After that, the young man turned around and walked quickly home with a shovel. After the young man left, Feng Xiaokong put down his backpack and took out a camera. He felt that it was too hot, so he took off his jacket and put it on the bushes next to him. He took out his phone from his jacket pocket and put it on top of the bushes. He got up and took the camera to take pictures of the surrounding scenery. Zheng Tan looked at the camera in the man's hand under the tree. It was an SLR. These days, SLR should be considered a high-end product. Was he a photographer? She had heard that some photographers like to run around and make themselves look like refugees who had fled from a dire situation. Regardless of whether this person was a photographer or not, Zheng Tan's attention was mainly on the phone. What a good opportunity. Should he grab the phone and run? Zheng Tan looked at the person taking the photos and started to slide down the tree. Unfortunately, the person quickly turned around and came back. He walked to the backpack and took out a water bottle to drink. He also poured some water into the puppy's bowl. Zheng Tan estimated the distance between him and the phone. He wanted to take the phone away when the person wasn't paying attention. However, the person was also paying attention to him. It was not easy to take action. Feng Xiaokong finished drinking the water and put the water bottle back into his bag. He took the phone and looked at the time. While Feng Xiaokong was looking at the time, Zheng Tan's eyes also followed the phone. You want to play with the phone? Here, play with it. Feng Xiaokong put the phone on the ground in front of him. Obviously, Zheng Tan's small movements didn't escape the other person's observation. Zheng Tan looked at the person in front of him and then looked at the phone on the ground. Could it be a trap? He was willing to give the phone to the cat to play with? However, if he could play with an SLR, he might not be short of money. Whatever, I'll contact him first. Zheng Tan grabbed the phone with his hand. While grabbing the phone, He also paid attention to the person in front of him. Seeing that he just sat there and didn't have any intention of moving, Zhang Tan put the phone on the ground again. This phone's screen wasn't colored. A few years later, this phone would fall under the category of unwanted phones. However, logically speaking, people who could afford a DSLR should also be able to afford a new phone with a colored screen. Why would they still use this one that was already worn out at the corners? However, Zhang Tan couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Just this phone was enough to excite Zhang Tan. After going through so much trouble, climbing through the window and looking for a phone, he had originally planned to snatch one by force. Now, the phone was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? However, this phone should be able to make long-distance calls, right? It wouldn't be in arrears, right? Zhang Tan looked at the person sitting there with a curious expression. He raised his paw and began to press the button. Feng Xiaokong saw that the black cat was staring at his phone, so he passed the phone to it with a playful thought. Who knew that the cat really pressed the button? And it was a long-distance phone number. It didn't press it blindly. Interesting. Zhang Tan pressed the phone number excitedly and nervously. He waited with his ears perked up, and his tail slapped the ground to reduce his nervousness. Finally, the phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Hello. It was the Jiao Pa's voice. After being captured for so long, he finally heard a familiar voice again. He suddenly felt touched as if he had seen a real family member. Zhang Tan gathered all the complicated feelings in his heart into a cry. A woo! Chapter 65. Tsinghua University. Biology Building. After Associate Professor Zhao finished his class, he went back to his office building. Just as he was about to open his office door, his phone suddenly rang. Associate Professor Zhao quickly took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was an unknown number. Hello. Ow wow. Associate Professor Zhao froze for a moment when he heard the cat's ghost-like howl from the other end of the phone. Then, a bright smile appeared on his usually calm face. A few young female teachers walked over and saw Associate Professor Zhao's dazzling smile. They thought that Associate Professor Zhao might not lose to Professor Ren in terms of appearance. Associate Professor Zhao looked around. This was a teacher's office and there were always people walking in and out of the hallway. It was inconvenient for him to talk, so he quickly took out his keys and opened the office door. He was so happy that he tried a few times to insert the key into the keyhole. After Associate Professor Zhao entered the office, he closed the office door and threw an important meeting note onto the table. Black charcoal. Zhao Pa asked tentatively. As for the fact that his cat would call him, Associate Professor Zhao was just imagining it. Associate Professor Zhao looked at problems too rationally. He analyzed the probability of all kinds of situations, but the conclusion he came up with was very disappointing. There were so many people in the city to help, so many channels and manpower to search, but there was no news. Director He and the others said that the cat must have been transported to another province. It was very difficult to find the cat outside the province. Even in the south, they had asked for help and put up notices, but there was no news. Also, if the cat was out of the province, even if it was fine and had the chance to call, it wouldn't know that there was a prefix in front of the phone number. But now, he really did receive a call from his cat. Associate Professor Zhao felt that this was even worse than when he heard that the project application was successful. Unknowingly, they had already treated Black Charcoal as a member of the family. After Black Charcoal disappeared, it was as if there was a missing piece in their lives. Every time they went home, they would feel sad when they saw the missing piece. The two children were also in low spirits. The neighbors offered to find another black cat to comfort the children, but the two children refused. Everyone in his family knew that Black Charcoal was irreplaceable. On the other side, Zhang Tan was also excited. He howled again, louder and louder than before. He didn't notice Feng Xiaokong's expression when he saw E.T., nor did he notice the three puppies who were stunned by the howling. Even though the howls were terrifying, Associate Professor Zhao still felt a sense of familiarity. The people outside who were talking about Associate Professor Zhao would never have thought that the person they were talking about was talking to his cat on the phone. Black Charcoal, is there anyone around you? Associate Professor Zhao asked. Zhang Tan's excitement gradually calmed down. He looked around, and then his eyes fell on Feng Xiaokong. After answering the phone, he pushed the phone to Feng Xiaokong. When Zhang Tan pushed the phone, someone knocked on the door of Associate Professor Zhao's office. Come in, Associate Professor Jiao said without taking the phone away from his ear. It was Zhao Lu who came in. After she found out that the black cat that saved her had been taken, she had been looking for it. She had also asked many friends to help, but the person who took the cat was too slippery and didn't leave any useful clues. Although she and Associate Professor Jiao both suspected that Ran Chong was suspicious, they didn't find any evidence. It was Celestine who went to Ran Chong's house and hid for a while to find some clues. Today, she came to discuss with Associate Professor Jiao how to deal with Ran Chong and get some clues from him. Zhao Lu didn't expect to see Associate Professor Jiao smiling when she walked in. Her heart skipped a beat. Did he find it? At Zhang Tan's office, Feng Xiaokong was very confused by the cat's behavior. He looked at the screen of his phone and saw that it was still in the middle of a call, so he picked up the phone. Hello. Associate Professor Jiao heard the voice and didn't have time to talk to Zhao Lu. After introducing himself and the identity of the black cat, he asked a series of questions. As Feng Xiaokong answered the questions, he also learned about the general situation. He was surprised to encounter such a situation. There was actually a cat that called home. In the office, Jiao Pa wrote down Feng Xiaokong's name on a piece of paper when he heard his introduction. Feng as in square and round, Xiao as in 2 ears, Kong as in health. Feng Xiaokong. Third Uncle Feng. Zhao Lu asked. Although Zhao Li's voice wasn't loud, the area around the citrus garden was too quiet. Everyone could hear what Zhao Lu said on the other end of the phone. Feng Xiaokong also heard Zhao Li's words. Feng Xiaokong was the 3rd child in his family. He had 2 older brothers. Someone who could call him Third Uncle Feng must be an acquaintance. Who's that? Feng Xiaokong asked. Associate Professor Jiao looked at Zhao Lu and handed the phone over. Is that really Third Uncle Feng? I'm Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu told him about Zhang Tan, then said that the black cat had helped him a lot. He hoped that Feng Xiaokong could help him. Feng Xiaokong looked at the cat who was still in the mood to play with the dog. He was very surprised. He did not expect that a cat he met in such a remote village would know an old friend. This cat was very capable. Just like what the elders in the village said, a black cat was always a little strange. Zhang Tan was in a good mood. He hadn't been in such a good mood in a long time. Ever since he was caught, he had been in a constant state of fear. He doubted everyone he met for a long time. Every step he took, he had to think about whether this would work or not. Every day, he had to sleep in the open and take the risk of being caught to steal food. After all, he couldn't stand raw food. All in all, this was a rather bitter experience. But this bitter history was coming to an end. He was about to return to that familiar place, see those familiar people, have a warm bed at night, have someone to help him brush his fur, and have breakfast prepared in the morning. Now that he thought about it, he really missed it. While Zhao Lu and Feng Xiaokong were discussing how to bring the cat back to Chuhua City, the Jiao Pa gestured to Zhao Lu, then said softly, Ran Chong. Zhao Lu reacted quickly. Even if the cat was brought back, if Ran Chong wasn't dealt with, the cat-catching incident would happen again. You mean? I'm relieved to know that it's safe and sound. Since Mr. Feng is an acquaintance of Miss Zhao and can be trusted, then there's no rush to bring black charcoal back. Mr. Feng, please take care of black charcoal first. We'll talk about it after we've settled things here. Zhao Lu nodded and explained the situation briefly to Feng Xiaokong. Feng Xiaokong expressed his understanding. Okay, I'll take the cat and walk there slowly. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month. Take the cat? 10 days to half a month? Does that mean that it'll take at least 10 days to half a month to get back to Chuhua? Zhang Tan's excitement was doused with a bucket of ice dregs. Why? Even if they couldn't take the train, it wouldn't take too long to drive back. Why would it take 10 days to half a month? Jiao Pa told Zhang Tan to follow Feng Xiaokong obediently over the phone. Third Uncle Feng would take him back to Chuhua. At the moment, Chuhua couldn't send anyone over to pick up Zhang Tan. There were still things to deal with there. Even though the Jiao Pa didn't explain much, Zhang Tan could still analyze the reason from his words. Zhang Tan expressed his understanding. It was for his own good. He didn't want to face people with bad intentions once he got back. Feng Xiaokong looked at the cat in front of him, who was listening to the phone attentively. Even Third Uncle Feng, who boasted that he had seen the world and seen many strange things, couldn't help but be amazed. That cat's father was also special. He actually explained so much to a cat. If it were someone else in this village, they would probably be thinking about how to exorcise demons and ward off evil spirits. After the phone call, Zhang Tan was less wary of Feng Xiaokong. Since Feng Xiaokong was someone Zhao Li knew, and he had Zhao Li's guarantee, Zhang Tan didn't need to spend so much effort on guarding against him. At this time, the young man from before also ran over after the phone call. He said that he would drive out tomorrow and bring the 3 puppies to his friend. Knowing that the 3 puppies were settled, Zhang Tan was completely relieved. From the conversation between Feng Xiaokong and the young man, he knew that the person who was going to adopt the 3 puppies was a good person. That night, Zhang Tan followed Feng Xiaokong to the young man's house. Of course, Zhang Tan hid in his backpack. The people in this village didn't like black cats. He was afraid that the landlord would be unhappy if he found out. As for the 3 puppies, the young man also put them in cages and carried them back. After eating and drinking and sleeping well, Zhang Tan woke up early in the morning and followed Feng Xiaokong onto the young man's tricycle. The puppies were in cages. They had a good meal last night and this morning, and now they were going to sleep. The road in the countryside wasn't easy to drive on. There was a long stretch of uneven road. The bumpy driving made Zhang Tan feel dizzy. The 3-hour drive, in fact, would probably take less than an hour if the road was flat. The young man and his friend raised sheep and some cows. They also built a place to raise poultry. The scale was quite large. No wonder they wanted to raise dogs. Looking at the 3 puppies, the friend was very satisfied. He had already tidied up the kennel yesterday. After looking at the 3 puppies, he took them over. Zhang Tan and Feng Xiaokong had lunch there. In the afternoon, the young man would drive them to the county. The road to the county was much better. It wasn't so bumpy. Although the journey was twice as long, it took about the same amount of time. Zhang Tan didn't bring Kitty's cat tag with him. In the village, he took off the cat tag and hid it for convenience. When he left with Feng Xiaokong, he didn't take it. Now, he was really a stray cat without a tag. However, with Feng Xiaokong by his side, Zhang Tan wasn't so anxious. However, his good mood didn't last long. After Feng Xiaokong bought a bicycle, Zhang Tan couldn't stay calm. Chapter 66. Zhang Tan felt that Feng Xiaokong was quite unreliable. After this guy entered the county, he happened to pass by a bicycle shop and suddenly came up with the idea of buying a bicycle. In fact, this guy hadn't ridden a bicycle in a long time. Even when he was traveling, he drove a 4-wheeled bicycle. The owner of the bicycle shop promoted it for a long time, but Feng Xiaokong didn't buy the brand new mountain bike that was said to be the most advanced design. In the end, he bought a second-hand bike. Even if it was a second-hand bike, it was still a mountain bike. The shop owner didn't seem too happy because Feng Xiaokong didn't buy a new bike, but after all, it was still a business deal, so he inspected the bike again. Feng Xiaokong looked at the black cat squatting not far away, then looked at the bicycle being inspected. He said to the shop owner, "Boss, can you add a basket for me?" The shop owner looked at Feng Xiaokong strangely. He probably didn't expect someone to make such a request. Most people bought this type of bike mainly for sports. Who would put a basket on it to buy groceries? However, since the customer made the request, he wouldn't refuse. A basket could still make a few dollars. Being a professional, the boss still asked, "Are you loading the basket to store the goods?" Feng Xiaokong thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes." "How heavy is it?" "It's not too heavy." Then the shop owner didn't say anything else. Since it was just for goods and wasn't heavy, there was no need to modify it too much. He just put a basket on it. After the inspection, the basket was loaded, and the payment was made. Getting on the bike, Feng Xiaokong felt good. It was as if he had returned to his youth. He was suddenly looking forward to the rest of the trip. Zhang Tan squatted at the side and looked coldly at the self-satisfied Uncle Feng. He couldn't understand why Uncle Feng would choose such a lifestyle. When he was on the phone with the Zhao Pa, Zhang Tan heard a hint of respect in Zhao Li's tone. It wasn't fake politeness, but real respect. This meant that Uncle Feng should have some background. At the very least, he shouldn't be short of money. But why would a man in his 30s choose such a lifestyle? He made himself look like a poor man. As Zhang Tan was thinking, Feng Xiaokong rode over. He stopped in front of Zhang Tan, patted the basket and said proudly, "Goods, get on." Zhang Tan. "Goods my ass. They were going to go from this small county to another city. Their next stop was a big city. The surrounding roads should be relatively good. Jumping on the basket, Zhang Tan felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell why. Anyway, it wasn't as comfortable as squatting in the basket of little Pomelo's children's car. Feng Xiaokong carried his travel bag and rode out of the city on his bicycle. The roads in the city were very smooth, but it was different when they left the city. From the small county to the big city, there were indeed roads, but they were all highways. It was fine to drive there, but it was impossible to ride a bike. There were no highways, so they took the national highway. However, the entire journey wasn't entirely on the national highway. In order to experience the feeling of riding a mountain bike, Feng Xiaokong chose a small rural road after leaving the city. After that, they went on the national highway. Zhang Tan's bitter experience began on this small rural road. The front of a mountain bike had a shock absorber design, which was different from ordinary bikes. The owner of the bike shop didn't modify the basket too much when he loaded it, so the one who suffered was Zhang Tan. The bicycle traveled along a small country road. The road was filled with potholes, gravel, and dirt. Whenever it bumped, Zhang Tan would feel the bicycle's basket move up and down violently. It was much more uncomfortable than riding Wei Lang's bicycle in the past. The shaking made her dizzy. Feng Xiaokong didn't feel too uncomfortable. He was still in the novel stage. He was in a good mood, humming a tune until he felt the movement on the basket. Zhang Tan jumped twice in the basket to attract Feng Xiaokong's attention. When Feng Xiaokong stopped the bike, he jumped out of the basket. When he landed, he was still a little dizzy and almost couldn't stand straight. "What's wrong?" Feng Xiaokong looked at Zhang Tan, who was squatting on the side of the road and pulling at his ears with an unwilling expression. Then he looked at the basket, raised his hand to push the basket twice, and looked at the front fork of the bike. He suddenly remembered what the owner of the bike shop asked. So this was the main problem. "Is the basket uncomfortable?" Feng Xiaokong thought for a while. "Why don't you just squat in my bag?" In the end, Zhang Tan didn't squat in the big travel bag. Instead, he stood on top of the bag. He had claws to hook onto the bag so that he wouldn't fall, and he wouldn't sway like he did in the basket. He could even step on Feng Xiaokong's head twice. Feng Xiaokong, who had his head stepped on, thought that the cat must have done it on purpose. No wonder people said that cats were vengeful. He should buy a hat the next time he went to the city. Otherwise the cat would really rebel. He, third young Master Feng, had never been stepped on like this before. After getting out of the village road and onto the national highway, the feeling was much better. There was no more bumping, and Zhang Tan could even take a nap on the bag. Zhang Tan was comfortable, but Feng Xiaokong gradually felt tired. After the novelty wore off, he began to feel tired. The backpack was heavy, and with a cat, it was even heavier. After riding for a few hours, they found a place to rest. When they set off again, under Feng Xiaokong's complaints, Zhang Tan went back to squatting on the basket to relieve the pressure on third Uncle Feng. The roads on the national highway were much better than the village roads, so Zhang Tan didn't have much of an opinion. Just like that, they rode and stopped, and they didn't enter the city until evening. They found a small hotel to stay in. Because he didn't know if the owner of the hotel allowed him to bring a cat, Zhang Tan hid in the bag and went in. The room wasn't big. It was a single room. The other facilities were quite complete. After riding for half a day, Feng Xiaokong was so tired that he almost collapsed. However, before he collapsed, he took out his digital SLR camera and looked at the photos he took today. He also took out a small notebook to make some notes. While Feng Xiaokong was organizing the photos and notes, Zhang Tan ran to the bathroom. He filled the bathtub to the brim and adjusted the temperature of the water. Then, he started to take a bath. He hadn't taken a bath in a long time. In addition, he was too tired from riding the basket today. Zhang Tan decided to take a good bath. His main purpose was to drown the fleas on his body. Zhang Tan was helpless about fleas. They couldn't be eradicated. Even if he didn't come into contact with other animals, he could still get some in the grass. He squeezed some shower gel, rubbed it casually, and started to swim. Based on his current size, this bathtub could indeed be used as a small swimming pool for Zhang Tan. It was better when he was a human. He wouldn't attract so many fleas. Zhang Tan sighed in his heart. When Feng Xiaokong finished organizing his things and went into the bathroom, he saw the black cat swimming in the bathtub. It looked very comfortable. Damn, it even squeezed shower gel. Feng Xiaokong had friends who also owned cats, so he had heard that most cats didn't like to take baths. Just as Zhao Le said, this cat was very special. Black cats were really strange. Feng Xiaokong thought to himself. After Zhang Tan finished bathing, he found a hairdryer and dried his fur. The hairdryer was placed on the table. He turned on the button and set it to hot air. Then, Zhang Tan constantly adjusted the angle to dry his fur. It was a little troublesome. As long as it could solve the problem, it was fine. When Feng Xiaokong came out of the bathroom, he looked at the only bed and the black cat lying in the middle. He was speechless for a long time. The cat's habit of occupying territory was really King annoying. The next day, the man and the cat slept until almost noon. Zhang Tan was fine. After taking a bath and getting rid of the fleas, he also had a good sleep and was full of energy. Feng Xiaokong, on the other hand, felt some intense pain in his neck and back. His spine also hurt, the after effects of riding a bike. Riding a mountain bike for a long distance also required attention. From the bike to the rider's posture, there were rules. Feng Xiaokong didn't know anything, so it was natural for him to be like this. After lunch, Feng Xiaokong and Zhang Tan went out. Feng Xiaokong wanted to take a good look around and learn more about the city. Zhang Tan didn't have anything special that interested him, so he just treated it as a free trip. Feng Xiaokong hung the camera around his neck. Zhang Tan stayed in the bag. Like before, he looked out from the zipper of the bag. These days, many big cities in the inland didn't have subways. The urban construction definitely couldn't be compared to a few years later. Zhang Tan didn't care about many things nowadays. He just looked around to kill time when he was bored. He didn't know what Feng Xiaokong was looking at, but he looked quite serious. In the evening, Feng Xiaokong came to a square. There were more people here. There was a commercial street nearby. Some people were dancing in the square. There were groups of young people and middle-aged women. The surroundings were noisy. Feng Xiaokong didn't want to stay here and was ready to leave. Before leaving, Zhang Tan's attention was attracted by the sound of a guitar and strings. Feng Xiaokong obviously noticed it too. He walked over. In the corner of the square, a few young people were singing. There were also people around watching, but not many. Some people even threw coins in front of them. Feng Xiaokong watched for a while. When they were resting, he went over to chat. These 5 young people weren't from this city, nor were they from the same place. They all met here and got along well. They were planning to start a band. They were in high school. They were still underage kids, but they didn't go to school. They said that they liked music so much that they wanted to go out and see the world. In many people's youth, they would have a dream of being a vagrant complex. This kind of vagrant was a yearning for freedom and the pursuit of dreams. It seemed that nothing could stop the young, restless, and ignorant heart. Zhang Tan vaguely remembered seeing a vagrant singer in his 20s. He carried a guitar every day and sang in every corner of the city. Sometimes, he would be invited to sing in small bars. When people talked about vagrant singers, they had the impression that they had no fixed place to stay and wandered around. Zhang Tan only had a poor back view of the vagrant singer. He didn't have many memories of him. At that time, Zhang Tan often went to clubs, KTVs, and other places. He didn't have the leisure to listen to street performers. He also had a disdainful attitude towards vagrant singers. Occasionally, he would act as a philanthropist in front of beautiful girls and give them some money. He didn't treat it as a kind of spiritual enjoyment. In the end, it was just an occasional pastime. What I need is everyone's appreciation, not pity. We're not as unkempt as people think. We don't have a few lice in our hair. We're the so-called street art. The young man who was chatting with Feng Xiaokong said, sharing his thoughts. Then how much money do you guys make every day? Feng Xiaokong asked. The young man scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Not sure. When I was alone, I didn't make much. It took me a few days to get enough money for a bus ticket. Now it's better. We'll just sing here for a while. The day before yesterday, we contacted a small bar. We'll sing there later. It's still early. Singing here is just for practice. Feng Xiaokong looked at the coins on the ground thoughtfully. Before he left, he found a shop and rented a guitar. It was not a very good guitar, and it was not as good as the ones in the hands of the children. At night, when he returned to the small hotel, Feng Xiaokong tried the guitar. At first, he was a little shaky, but gradually he became proficient. Obviously, he had practiced before. Zhang Tan was about to go to bed when Feng Xiaokong called him over. Black charcoal, let's go perform tomorrow. Zhang Tan was speechless. Why would this guy suddenly have such an idea? I heard that a lot of people perform with their pets. They make a lot of money. Here, I've specially prepared this for you. As he spoke, Feng Xiaokong took out a glass can that he had finished eating. In his other hand, he picked up a metal spoon from who knows where. He knocked the can with the spoon, making a crisp, ding sound. Looking at the can and the spoon, Zhang Tan roughly knew what Feng Xiaokong wanted him to do. However, at this time, he pretended that he didn't understand. Seeing that the cat in front of him didn't respond, Feng Xiaokong thought to himself, that's not right. Zhao Lu said that this cat can understand human language and is very capable. If you want to express something, you can just say it directly. There's no need to use food to induce it. After a moment of silence, Feng Xiaokong said, didn't they say that you're very smart? Don't you know how to do this? It's not as magical as Zhao Lu said. Provocation didn't work. Zhang Tan continued to lower his head, pretending that he didn't know. How about this? You see, I don't have much pocket money. Look at the small hotel we're staying in now. The conditions are too bad. Tomorrow, we'll perform on the streets. If we make more money, we'll stay in a better hotel. The kind with double rooms. Each of us has a bed. It's spacious, not crowded, and we don't have to fight for pillows and blankets. What do you think? Zhang Tan really thought about it this time. Just because Feng Xiaokong said that he didn't have pocket money didn't mean that he didn't have money. Therefore, Zhang Tan treated this sentence as a fart. However, if they could really change to a better hotel, Zhang Tan would certainly be willing. There were flies and mosquitoes in this place, and it was annoying. Also, if we make money, we'll take a bus to the next city. We won't ride a bike. Zhang Tan looked at Feng Xiaokong. He believed that they wouldn't ride a bike. Feng Xiaokong had suffered a lot riding a bike. He didn't want to ride a bike anymore, but he used it as a condition. However, if that was really the case, Zhang Tan was willing to give it a try. He was afraid that Feng Xiaokong would suddenly decide to walk on foot. That would be terrible. Today, he saw Feng Xiaokong shopping in a shop that sold tents. He probably did have that idea. Feng Xiaokong knocked on the glass jar twice with a metal spoon. Then, he placed the spoon in front of Zhang Tan, waiting for Zhang Tan to make a decision. Zhang Tan poked at the metal spoon. Even if he was willing to give it a try, this metal spoon wasn't easy to hold. Oh, there's also this. Feng Xiaokong took out a rolled-up paper tube and stuck it on the metal spoon with transparent tape. The paper tube was just enough for Zhang Tan to put one of his arms in. Zhang Tan looked at Feng Xiaokong. This guy really came prepared. He put his arm into the paper tube. When he raised his arm, he also raised the metal spoon and knocked on the glass jar. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Yes, just like that. Here, I'll sing a line, and you knock it. Feng Xiaokong plucked the metal strings of his guitar and began to sing. Twinkle, 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 Zhang Tan. So retarded. Seeing Feng Xiaokong looking at him, Zhang Tan took a deep breath and knocked the spoon over. Ding. Very good. Continue. The sky is full of little stars. Ding. Hang in the sky and shine. Ding. They practiced until 11 o'clock. The person next door couldn't take it anymore and knocked on the door to scold them. Only then did the man and cat stop. The next day, Feng Xiaokong asked Zhang Tan to continue practicing with him. After lunch, they took a nap and went out at 4 o'clock. The sky wasn't dark yet, but there were already more people at the square. In the corner, the 5 young people he saw yesterday were there again. After making some adjustments, they began to sing. The songs they sang included popular music and classic songs from the past. They were all songs that young people liked and were full of energy. Feng Xiaokong looked over there, then found a place where there was no one and put the prepared paper box in front of him. There was an opening on the paper box. Zhang Tan felt that it was like a donation box, and he was the poor cat that needed everyone to do good. People around saw the situation and came over. Feng Xiaokong was wearing a hat, and he hadn't shaved his beard in the past few days. It was hard to see his original appearance. Zhang Tan felt that he must have done it on purpose. After putting away the paper box, Feng Xiaokong put the glass bottle aside, then took out his guitar, leaned against a lamppost, and began to strum. The curious gazes of the people around made Zhang Tan's face hot. Whether he was a human or a cat, he had never performed in front of so many people. This made him very embarrassed. It was okay when he was in the hotel, after all, no one was looking. But now, with so many people looking at him, Zhang Tan felt that the iron spoon weighed 1,000 pounds. He really didn't want to touch that thing. Not far away, the 5 young people finished singing "Glorious Years," and also noticed them. "Hey! It's about to start!" Feng Xiaokong reminded Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan pulled his ears. It didn't seem good to leave now. It felt like he was running away. After mentally preparing himself, Zhang Tan put his arm into the paper box of the iron spoon. More and more people gathered around out of curiosity. Feng Xiaokong also began to strum the guitar. His skills were not very good in the eyes of the young people. After a prelude, Feng Xiaokong's heroic voice sounded. "Walking in all directions, the road is long and the river is law." Zhang Tan braced himself and lifted the iron spoon to hit the glass bottle. Ding! Hazy and hazy, a village and a village. Ding! Watching the setting sun come back. Ding! The earth is not old, the sky is not desolate, the years are long and long. When Feng Xiaokong sang the first line, one of the young people who was drinking water spat it out. No one would have thought that this uncle would actually sing this song while playing the guitar. The playing was terrible, and the singing was terrible, but more and more people gathered around. And many people began to throw money into the paper box. Zhang Tan felt like an idiot. No, he and Feng Xiaokong were both idiots. Chapter 67. In a big city, the city square was always bustling at night. Music from the shops, various mobile advertisements, dynamic hip-hop tunes, and ethnic customs of old ladies. But tonight, more and more people gathered in the corner that people usually didn't pay attention to. "Hey, let's go and see. There's a cat knocking on a bottle over there." Knocking on a bottle? Yeah, I heard that it's a homeless singer's pet. The 2 of them are performing. Sounds interesting. Let's go and see. Mom, I want to see the cat knocking on the bottle too. Okay, let's go and see the cat knocking on the bottle. The people in the city didn't have so many scruples about the black cat. They came to watch for something new and for fun. People's living standards had improved, and they didn't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. They would try to find entertainment for themselves to pass the time. It was the first time in a long time that they saw people performing with cats in the square. And the coordination was really good. Zhang Tan looked at the increasing crowd of onlookers. He lowered his head and looked at the glass bottle in front of him seriously, but he didn't look at the audience. For Zhang Tan, even if he didn't have a good character when he was a human, he still cared about his reputation. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be reduced to performing on the street and being watched by people. Zhang Tan could only feel lucky that this wasn't the era of advanced communication a few years later. Otherwise, his knocking on the bottle would be posted on the internet, and it might even be reposted many times. That would be even more embarrassing. Following the tune of Feng Xiaokong's broken voice and knocking on the glass bottle, Zhang Tan sighed in his heart. How could time pass so slowly? It felt like hours had passed, but in fact, it was only 2 songs, less than 10 minutes. Zhang Tan suddenly remembered something that Zhao Pa once said to Zhao Yuan: people have to learn to adjust themselves. When you don't want to face it but have to face it, you can try to change your mindset to comfort yourself. This will give you a better mentality to face the next challenge. Change my mindset and adjust my mentality? Zhang Tan raised his head slightly and looked at the cardboard box that had been stuffed with an unknown amount of money. Looking at it from another angle, this money was earned by knocking on bottles, not by sneaking through windows and doors. Speaking of which, why didn't he feel guilty when he was stealing things through the window? Why did he feel embarrassed when he was working as a street performer to earn money? To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of face. This was also a very ridiculous and shameless attitude, but it was something that many people had. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was indeed very unnatural. Looking at Feng Xiaokong, who was singing enthusiastically next to him, he had already gone off-key and forgotten his lines several times, but wasn't he still singing cheerfully? It seemed that he still had to grind his skin a little more. In order to roam the Jianghu, one had to be thick-skinned. For the first time, Zhang Tan understood the meaning of hard-earned money. His hands were sore from knocking on the bottles. Just as Feng Xiaokong was considering changing songs, Zhang Tan switched hands. The onlookers gasped in amazement again. Aya, that cat can even switch hands. My cat can do this too. He's probably tired, so pitiful. An auntie dug in her wallet, walked to the cardboard box, and stuffed the money in her hand into it. With one person taking the lead, there was a second, a third. Feng Xiaokong sighed in his heart. A person's face was not as useful as a cat's. He had been singing for so long, and his voice was hoarse, but no one cared. Instead, the cat next to him got sympathy just by changing hands. That woman just now took out 100 yuan in one go. It seemed that the living standards of the people in this city were indeed good. After singing 2 more old songs, Feng Xiaokong came to an intermission. At this time, someone came over to talk to Feng Xiaokong, asking him where he was from, where the cat came from, why he wanted to come here to sing, and so on. Zhang Tan was too lazy to listen to Feng Xiaokong's nonsense. This guy was not telling the truth, and he was trying to trick people into sympathizing with him. As for the enthusiastic aunties around him, Zhang Tan could not stand it. He climbed up a tree next to him, and no matter how the people below called him, he did not come down. Sometimes, Zhang Tan did not understand why people liked to call cats Mimi when they saw them, regardless of whether the cat was male or female, or whether the cat had a name or not. The first person to call a cat that way was really King Talented. In the past, this word was only associated with big-breasted girls in Zhang Tan's dictionary. However, ever since he became a cat, he did not know how many times he had been called that. Every time he heard this word, no matter who it was, Zhang Tan would turn his head and walk away. Therefore, after the aunties below shouted Mimi at Zhang Tan's ears twitched, and he decisively climbed up the tree. While Zhang Tan was hiding from the enthusiastic aunties, and Feng Xiaokong was talking nonsense, the 5 young people singing in the corner were also talking. Is it the guy from yesterday? That uncle came to ask us questions yesterday. I didn't expect him to come with a guitar today. That uncle. I think I saw a camera hanging around his neck yesterday. It's a DSLR camera. Yes, a digital DSLR camera. That thing is quite expensive. The reason I remember it is because of his camera. After saying that, the 5 people were silent for a while, and then one of them said, Damn, so this uncle actually has nothing better to do, so he came to steal business from us. When young people did this occasionally, it was called rebellion or curiosity. But if a man in his late 40s did this kind of thing, people would think that he was crazy. Actually, the important thing is that black cat, right? I suddenly feel like I've been hit, one of them said. The oldest one, Jean, was the lead singer of this newly formed band, and also the boss of this new band. He greeted the people with different thoughts and prepared to continue singing. At this time, a woman with heavy makeup came over and greeted them. They knew this woman. She was the relative of the owner of the small bar who had invited them to sing. She had just come to shop and received a call from the owner of the bar, so she brought a message. After saying that, she flipped her hair and walked away in her thin high heels. She really looked down on these street performers. The message that the woman brought over was mainly to tell them that they did not have to go tonight. Another band that was singing in front of them was celebrating a birthday, and they were going to book the whole place. It was estimated that they would sing until the wee hours of the morning. The 5 young people did not look good. However, since leaving home until now, they had encountered a lot of things, and they had encountered similar situations. They had no money and no reputation now. To put it bluntly, they were nothing. They could not blame others for looking down on them. As the bassist of this new band, the young man stood aside and did not speak. He did not like to talk much. He strummed the bass in his hand, and the music was a little tired and struggling. Hey, you guys! Just as the 5 young people were thinking about what to do for the rest of the night, Feng Xiaokong came to them and told them about his plan. Ensemble? As the lead singer and leader of the band, Jean was a little surprised. Yes, ensemble. Of course my level is limited, but I still have this understanding. So, it's not me who will work with you. As he spoke, Feng Xiaokong pointed to Zhang Tan, who was squatting in the tree and looking up at the stars. It will come over and join you. How about it? Jean thought about it. From the situation just now, He knew that the cat could attract people. Of course, it would be okay if everyone came over and cooperated. Moreover, when they were discussing just now, they were ready to leave the city for the next stop. Anyway, they were not in a hurry. After making the decision, Ajin nodded. I have no problem. What about everyone? The other four did not object. They were very happy to have such a special experience before leaving. They had never worked with a cat before. Zhang Tan had been squatting in the tree and counting the stars out of boredom, but he was told to play with those people. Charcoal, look, your uncle can't sing anymore. My voice is hoarse, and I don't have enough money. If I work with those little fellows, I can earn more money. You just have to squat at the side and show your appreciation. You don't have to work too hard. Feng Xiaokong looked up and said to Zhang Tan, and those little guys are quite pitiful. Today is probably the last time they will sing in this city. They will leave tomorrow. I want to help, but I don't have as much influence as you do. Zhang Tan looked at some people who were still standing around and did not leave. Then he looked at the 5 young people who were 17 or 18 years old. He thought about it. He was already somewhat resistant to this kind of shameless performance. It was okay to help a little and make some money. Anyway, he just needed to pretend to knock on the bottle twice. After discussing, Zhang Tan came to the 5 young people. Facing the black cat, the 5 young people did not know how to get along with it. Feng Xiaokong came from behind to help carry the bottle and spoon. After discussing with Ajin, he borrowed a high stool and put the bottle and spoon on the side. Zhang Tan jumped onto the high stool. This time, he felt better than at the beginning. He was more shameless and adjusted his mentality. Isn't it just knocking on the spoon twice? What's the big deal? Seeing that they were ready to start again, the crowd slowly gathered again. It was only 8 o'clock. The city's nightlife was very rich, not to mention the commercial square here. Compared to before, there were actually more people at this time. The 5 young people were not sure if they could cooperate with a cat. Feng Xiaokong came over and said a few words to calm them down. Zhang Tan, who was standing at the side, had some complaints. Could it be that these brats were looking down on him? Seeing Zhang Tan pulling his ears like that, Feng Xiaokong knew that the cat must be angry again. Okay, let's get started. Feng Xiaokong waved his hand and put the paper box in a conspicuous place. Then he retreated to the side and sat down to watch. Seeing the paper box, the 5 young people's expressions were very unnatural. It was too straightforward. Their skills were still not as high as Feng Xiaokong's. Hey, these little guys are still shy? Feng Xiaokong said to the person sitting next to him. There was also a middle-aged man sitting there. He was the owner of the musical instrument store where Feng Xiaokong rented the guitar. In addition to guitars and basses, Ajin and the others rented drums and keyboards from this shop. Most of the time, he would come here to listen to these young people sing. Chapter 68. The 5 of them had worked together for a while, so they could understand each other with just a few syllables. Ajin plucked the guitar in his hand, signaled everyone to get ready, paused, and looked at the cat on the stool next to him. Zhang Tan was already impatiently wagging his tail. Wasn't it just singing a song? Did they need foreplay? Dilly-dally. To be on the safe side, their first song was not fast, and the rhythm was similar to Feng Xiaokong's. Of course, it was definitely not like Feng Xiaokong's style. Zhang Tan knocked on the glass bottle again and again. It was not difficult for him to grasp the rhythm, and the onlookers were more tolerant of cats than people. Even if there was a mistake, everyone would understand. After all, it was a cat. After the song, Ajin and the others were very happy. They thought that the sound of knocking on the glass would be abrupt, but they did not expect that after the rhythm was fixed, the effect would be very good. They could try to add similar elements in the future. Giving Zhang Tan a thumbs up, Ajin was ready to change to a slightly faster song. Zhang Tan was secretly proud, and the tip of his tail unconsciously twitched. Sure enough, he was proud. Look at the crowd, as well as the girl with big eyes. Her hands were red from clapping. Compared to the time when he cooperated with Feng Xiaokong, Zhang Tan felt much better now. It had nothing to do with the onlookers, but with the acceptance of music. He could not understand Feng Xiaokong's feelings for old songs like Go Square, but he could easily immerse himself in this kind of rock-style pop song. After all, Zhang Tan's body was also a young man's soul and thoughts. In the corner of the square, under the blurred lights, the rhythmic music came out. When the music started, even the bass player, who was usually a little dull, still looked silent and calm, but the syllables he plucked were full of movement and rhythm. When they were immersed in the performance, Jean and the others had forgotten that there was a cat squatting next to them, and that they were performing with a cat at this time. Instead, they sang the rhythmic songs according to their previous habits. After a series of hurried syllables, when it entered the chorus, it was like a new green that broke free from its shackles and broke out of the ground, swaying freely, sweeping away all shyness and restraint. It was not only the rhythm and melody that affected people, but also the wanton passion that was infused into it. Hot-blooded youth. It was not only the song that made people excited, but also the atmosphere. It provided people with a way to release themselves, just for this moment to let loose. Just for this moment, it was enough. They were still young and might not be able to express the mature emotions of the original singer, but they had already taken a big step forward. Who could say for sure that they would not shine in the future? If Zheng Tan had a playful attitude at the beginning, he had already immersed himself in it. He knocked on the bottles with great passion, which was completely different from the lazy attitude he had when he first cooperated with Feng Xiaokong. Young people were always easily affected by the atmosphere and did not know what they were doing. Even if it was just a cat now, it was still the same. The owner of the musical instrument store, who was sitting not far away, praised, "Your cat is good at knocking bottles. This is the first time I've seen a cat knock bottles like this, like you're stirring up eggs." Feng Xiaokong. Ha! It was also the first time he had seen it. More and more people gathered around. At first, most of them were people who came to watch the cat knock bottles, such as parents with children and aunties who had just finished dancing. Gradually, a group of young people gathered here. People liked to watch and join in the fun. Seeing that there were so many people here, everyone came over. Then they were affected by the atmosphere. Some sang along, some clapped, and some cheered. For the young people, it was a familiar song, and it was easy to pick it up. Feng Xiaokong took out a camera from his backpack and began to take pictures. "Hey, isn't this in DSLR? If you have the money to buy in DSLR, why are you here performing? Are performers so rich now?" Someone who had seen Feng Xiaokong sing asked. "No," Feng Xiaokong calmly raised his finger and pointed in a direction. "I borrowed it from a student of the photography club over there. I have to return it later." The man looked in the direction that Feng Xiaokong was pointing at. There were people everywhere, so he couldn't tell which one he was referring to. However, there were indeed photography clubs here. Every once in a while, someone would come here to hold a student photography exhibition. Shaking his head, the person did not say anything else. When Zheng Tan was tired of knocking, he would switch to his left hand. After a while, he would switch back. He had a lot of fun, and when he knocked bottles, he would look at the cardboard box from time to time. Seeing people constantly putting money into the cardboard box, Zheng Tan was even happier. They did not leave until after 10 o'clock at night, when there were fewer people in the square. Zheng Tan threw the iron spoon away and rushed to the cardboard box to take a look. The light was not good, so he could not see how much money was inside. However, it should be enough to pay for the car and the hotel. When Jean was packing up after the event, he still hadn't calmed down. "For a moment just now, I felt like I was a celebrity. So many people supported me and cheered for me. It was just like the dream I had back then." Yes, that feeling was so good. The others echoed his sentiments. The owner of the music store went over to talk to them. Tomorrow, these boys would go to the north. He wanted to encourage and teach them a lesson now, so that they would not be unable to get out of a bad situation in the future. There was still a long way to go. Feng Xiaokong did not immediately calculate the money in the box. After the show, he sealed the box, helped the boys pack up their equipment, and carried it to the music store. He also calculated the money in the store. 3,600? Jean and the other four were shocked. Usually, when they sang in the square, they would only earn a few dozen yuan an hour. When they were alone, it was even less. Therefore, they usually just regarded singing in the square as an experience, a kind of training for themselves. They did not expect to make much money from it. However, the number now made them unable to believe it. They were not from a serious school, nor were they famous. They were just novices. After experiencing street performances, this money was really a lot for them. Feng Xiaokong took 1,800 yuan and handed the rest to Jean. "Here, we agreed to split it 50-50. Well, Mr. Fong, your money is also in there. You should take more, Ajin said. Even if they knew that they had made more money this time, they also understood that without the black cat, they would not have been able to successfully attract the attention of so many people in the square. That's it. Let's go. Without further explanation, Feng Xiaokong stuffed the money into his bag and walked out with his bag on his back. Zhang Tan also hurried to follow. He had no objection to Feng Xiaokong's distribution. After all, Feng Xiaokong was not poor, and 1,800 yuan was enough for a car and a hotel. He did not need a 5-star hotel, as long as it was better than the previous small hotel. Thanks, Brother Cat. Ajin raised his hand and shouted. Zhang Tan wagged his tail and did not look back. They still had things left in the small hotel. They originally wanted to check out, but the landlord said that they had to check out before noon. After that, they would have to stay for another day. In order to leave the small hotel as soon as possible, Zhang Tan poked Feng Xiaokong in his backpack, hoping that this guy would just check out. After all, he had made money by singing tonight. In the end, Feng Xiaokong did not pay a dime. He only gave away the second-hand mountain bike. Since he was not going to ride it again, he might as well use it for the last time. After leaving the small hotel, the man and the cat went to the nearest 4-star hotel. In order to get there faster, Feng Xiaokong was going to take a shortcut. There was a small path there, so there was no need to take a detour. There were streetlights on the side of the road, but it was too late and there were not many people at this time. As they walked, Zhang Tan's ears twitched. He looked out from the zipper of his backpack and saw 2 sneaky figures behind them. Were they robbers? No matter if they were or not, they did not seem like good people. Zhang Tan poked Feng Xiaokong. Got it, Feng Xiaokong said in a low voice. Since Feng Xiaokong said that he knew, Zhang Tan did not remind him anymore. Instead, he focused his attention on the 2 people behind them. After confirming that there were only 2 people, Zhang Tan breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only 2 people, it would be fine. If there were more, he would not be able to handle it. The 2 people were getting closer and closer, and they were holding a steel pipe in their hands. It was obvious that they were not good people. When one of them came closer, Zhang Tan jumped out of his backpack and clawed at the man's face. Then, with his flexibility, he dodged the man's swing. He jumped up and kicked the man twice. This time, he used his real strength and both kicks landed on the man's lower body. Motherfastress, you actually want to rob me of the hard-earned money that I earned by shamelessly performing. Do you want to die or do you want to die? Another kick. Zhang Tan thought that since he was not going to stay here for long, there was no need to hide. He would leave tomorrow. Even if these people wanted to take revenge on him, they would not be able to find him. When Feng Xiaokong knocked the other person out with his stick, he turned around and saw the cat kicking the man's crotch. The man who was kicked screamed as if he was castrated. The steel pipe in his hand had already fallen to the ground. After being kicked, the man lay on the ground and wailed. Zhang Tan ignored him and looked at Feng Xiaokong. This guy was holding a baton. It seemed that he was prepared. Let's go. Don't worry about them. They are just hooligans, Feng Xiaokong said as he put away the baton. Zhang Tan pulled his ears and jumped into Feng Xiaokong's backpack. They were almost at the hotel. Cats were not allowed there, so it was better to hide. Before they got out of the alley, Feng Xiaokong's phone rang. Yo, second brother, why are you calling me at this time? I haven't slept yet. I'm looking for a hotel. I just ran into some trouble. Someone wanted to rob me. Oh, I didn't hit him hard this time. I only hit him once. Also, you don't know how arrogant he was when he came out. He said, "Get out, leave the cat and put the money box on the side." Oh, F***CK. Don't you think he deserved a beating? This place is not safe. Tell your brother-in-law to be careful when he comes over. Kids don't even dare to come here. Zhang Tan was speechless. That was F***king nonsense. Chapter 69. The next day, Zhang Tan hid in Feng Xiaokong's bag and prepared to leave the hotel. The receptionist took a second look at Feng Xiaokong's big backpack. She probably didn't expect someone who looked so down and out to be staying in a hotel like this. She was still trying to guess what was in the backpack. "Sir, your backpack zipper isn't closed." The receptionist was trying to remind him out of kindness, but she couldn't finish her sentence because she had already seen the cat's whiskers through the unzipped opening. The receptionist opened her mouth and looked at Feng Xiaokong. The guy gave her a bright smile and swaggered away. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Tan didn't feel too restrained. He jumped out and walked beside Feng Xiaokong. It was too uncomfortable to be in the backpack. "Yo, the car is here," Feng Xiaokong said. Zhang Tan stretched his neck and looked. He didn't recognize which car Feng Xiaokong was talking about. There were too many cars parked in the hotel's parking lot. Feng Xiaokong walked towards a very ordinary-looking private car and raised his hand to greet the person sitting in the driver's seat. This was what Feng Xiaokong meant when he said, "Save on the fare." When Feng Xiaokong opened the car door, Zhang Tan saw another person sitting in the back. He was about the same age as Feng Xiaokong, but this person looked more serious and dignified. It didn't matter if he was serious or not. Zhang Tan just hoped that this person was reliable and didn't look like Feng Xiaokong. "Mayor Yuan, congratulations on taking office." Feng Xiaokong got into the car and sat down. He didn't care what the people next to him thought. He directly put the backpack with mud spots on the empty seat next to him. He patted the last bit of space in the back seat and said to Zhang Tan, who was still watching from outside the car, "Get in." Zhang Tan looked at the other person in the back seat, then looked at the small space in the back seat, and then looked at the empty front passenger seat. He jumped into the car and sat in the front. "Hey, this cat is really..." Feng Xiaokong laughed. He ignored Zhang Tan and started chatting with the people next to him. Zhang Tan squatted in the passenger seat. He felt that this spacious place was more comfortable than squeezing in with Feng Xiaokong's big backpack. Most importantly, the car didn't look like much from the outside, but the interior looked pretty good. It should have been modified. Looking at the driver next to it, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It wasn't that Zhang Tan had seen this person before, but that this person gave Zhang Tan a similar feeling to Celestine. This person was probably a bodyguard and driver. Thinking back to the great Mayor Yuan that Feng Xiaokong had mentioned just now, it was understandable. The driver next to him sensed Zhang Tan's gaze and turned his head to look. It was a bit inappropriate for the cat to squat in the passenger seat, but since the boss didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. It was fine as long as the cat didn't interfere with driving. But now, seeing the cat staring at him, and the look in its eyes didn't seem like something a cat should have, he felt a chill run down his spine. This cat was really King evil. The driver felt goosebumps all over his body, so much so that when the boss ordered him to drive, his reaction was slow for a few seconds. Shifting his gaze from the driver to the window, Zhang Tan leaned over the car seat and looked at the tall building outside through the window. Although his eyes were looking out the window, his ears were perked up. He listened to the conversation between Feng Xiaokong and the person in the back, because Zhang Tan had noticed that the two people were talking about the robbery incident last night. Feng Xiaokong took a document from Mayor Yuan and cursed, "These two people still have the nerve to sue me. Also, they obviously colluded with each other. I only hit one of them with a stick, and only once. The rest has nothing to do with me. If I had known, I would have beaten them until they couldn't even speak. They're just two punks, why are they acting so smug?" It turned out that the two people who had been beaten up by Zhang Tan and Feng Xiaokong last night had run over to sue Feng Xiaokong for malicious injury, and even mentioned attempted murder. "Then tell me about the injuries on that person's body." "A cat kicked him." Mayor Yuan pinched his eyebrows. He didn't expect to encounter such an incident as soon as he was transferred. "Anyway, it's none of my business." Feng Xiaokong threw the document in his hand aside and spread his hands. Even if that person really became a eunuch, it can only be said that he was unlucky and asked for it. Last night, of all things, he tried to rob others and even brought a steel pipe. Besides, this person has a criminal record. Even if he knows a few people and has some connections, it can't be denied that he's a scoundrel. He just wants to extort money. Feng Xiaokong rattled on for a while, and concluded with one sentence. "Anyway, it wasn't me who kicked him in the balls." Seeing that Mayor Yuan was deep in thought, Feng Xiaokong snorted. "Don't put on a sad face. This incident is just an excuse for you to take action. A new broom sweeps clean. If there's a place for you to burn, you have to burn it properly, right?" After saying that, Feng Xiaokong kicked the passenger seat. "Meaning, I have to take responsibility for the trouble you caused." Zhang Tan pulled his ears and pretended that he didn't know anything. After all, it was just a cat now. Who would believe that a cat almost beat someone into a eunuch? Even the beaten robber didn't dare to tell the truth. Who would believe the truth? Or maybe they felt that it was embarrassing to say it out loud, and didn't want people to know that it was actually a cat that almost made him into a eunuch? No matter what the situation was, Zhang Tan believed that the person in the back seat could solve it. It wasn't his turn to worry about it. After that, the two of them stopped talking about the two badly beaten robbers and started to talk about family matters. Zhang Tan wasn't interested in that. He looked out the window and estimated when they could leave the city. More than an hour later, the car stopped. Zhang Tan jumped out of the car. According to Feng Xiaokong, they would transfer to another car here. This car would send them all the way to Chuhua City. Therefore, Zhang Tan was very excited. He didn't have to walk, squat in the bicycle basket, ride on the little tricycle, or perform on the streets. Most importantly, it meant that he could return to Chuhua City very soon, and return to the peaceful family compound. Just thinking about it made Zhang Tan so excited that he couldn't sleep. Counting the days carefully, it had been more than a month since he was caught. Zhang Tan felt like a few years had passed in the past month. Using the word torture wasn't enough to describe how Zhang Tan felt about this experience. The car that sent Zhang Tan and Feng Xiaokong to Chuhua City was quite luxurious. There were some clean clothes and other things in the car. They were all for Feng Xiaokong. In the words of Mayor Yuan, pay attention to your image. Don't go there and become a joke. Zhang Tan wasn't sure who the joke referred to by Mayor Yuan was, but he was too lazy to guess. He just needed to know that he could return to Chuhua City. The driver of the SUV knew Feng Xiaokong. He was sent by Feng Xiaokong's second brother. Looking at the SUV driving away, Mayor Yuan sighed. He's almost 40 years old, but he's still less worrisome than a cat. If Jiao Pa knew how Mayor Yuan felt, he would definitely say, this cat is actually even more worrisome. After the SUV drove onto the highway, Zhang Tan would occasionally look at the signs on the highway. Feng Xiaokong was holding a map, and Zhang Tan would also look at it. Then, using the signs, he would estimate how far they were from Chuhua City. Originally, Zhang Tan thought that they would arrive at Chuhua City very quickly. However, Feng Xiaokong instructed the driver to take a detour. They could have taken a straight line, but they had to take a turn midway. They wanted to go to a city with a long history to see the scenery, take photos, eat some local snacks, and walk around for a few days. For the first 2 days, although Zhang Tan wasn't very happy, he was quite interested in eating, drinking, and having fun. However, after repeating the same thing, Zhang Tan wasn't happy. He wasn't in the mood to see the scenery. So what if the city had a long history? So what if the local snacks were delicious? So what if he was with Feng Xiaokong? Zhang Tan really didn't have the mood to walk around. However, the driver only listened to Feng Xiaokong. Zhang Tan couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't just let the driver take him, right? Since he couldn't change Feng Xiaokong's mind, Zhang Tan changed his method. When he followed Feng Xiaokong to a city on the way, Zhang Tan would ask Feng Xiaokong to buy some small souvenirs. If he liked the souvenirs, he would jump over and hug them. Then, he would wait for Feng Xiaokong to pay. Thinking of the colors and styles that everyone in the Jiao family liked, Zhang Tan picked a few of them. The driver who followed Feng Xiaokong went from being surprised to being calm, and then to being numb. He was already used to Zhang Tan picking souvenirs. Moreover, if Feng Xiaokong was busy taking photos and didn't have time, he would be the one to pay for the souvenirs. This was the first time the driver felt that cats were really *king troublesome animals. They walked and stopped, and took a long detour. After a week, they entered Jinghan Province, which was the province where Chuhua City was located. Just when Zhang Tan felt that the light was in front of him, Feng Xiaokong asked the driver to stop again. They went to a county not far from Chuhua City to play for a few days, saying that they were going fishing there. Zhang Tan wanted to slap him. In the future, he would never ride with this kind of person. He was too much of a troublemaker. Didn't you say that you would stay for 10 days to half a month? Why are you going back so early? Feng Xiaokong sat by the lake, fishing leisurely with a fishing rod. Zhang Tan squatted on a tree nearby, pulling his ears and ignoring him. It had been 10 days since he contacted the Jiao Pa. Was he really going to wait for half a month? Yesterday when he called the Jiao Pa with Feng Xiaokong's phone, the Jiao Pa said that things were almost done there, and that Zhang Tan could go back at any time. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Beside him, A black dog was happily jumping on the spot. This dog was raised by a farmer nearby. It always liked to watch people fishing, and it would bark excitedly whenever there was a movement. It took the bait? Feng Xiaokong hurriedly raised his rod. We have fish to eat tonight. Zhang Tan yawned and ignored them. He was bored, so he ran to Feng Xiaokong's big backpack, unzipped it, and took out his phone. Chapter 70. Zhang Tan decided to make phone calls every day because he felt that he wouldn't be able to return to Chuhua City anytime soon. Every time he called, Zhang Tan would be on the dot. By this time, the two children should have returned home from school. Then, he would listen to little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan complain about what happened at school. Even though there was not much substance to the conversation, Zhang Tan's mood was inexplicably better after the call. Even though he could not speak on the phone, hearing the voice on the other side of the phone made him feel at ease. The tip of his tail wagged slowly. After the phone call, Zhang Tan threw his almost dead phone into his bag. At this time, Feng Xiaokong also put away his fishing pole. He asked the driver to help deliver the fish to the farmer. Since he was bored, Zhang Tan saw a small plant next to him. He raised his paw and played with it. Zhang Tan often saw this kind of plant. It could be found everywhere. There was almost no geographical restriction. Are you playing with plantain? Feng Xiaokong held a bun in his hand and nibbled on it as he walked over. He was hungry from fishing. Dinner wouldn't be ready anytime soon, so he asked for a few buns to fill his stomach first. Feng Xiaokong handed the bun that he took a bite out of to Zhang Tan. He asked, "Do you want to eat it?" Zhang Tan looked at the gap on the bun and turned his head. He was very disgusted. "Oh, I remember Associate Professor Jiao said that you don't eat things that others have bitten. Okay, I'll bite off the part that I've bitten." Feng Xiaokong took a few more bites from the gap and handed it to Zhang Tan. "Do you want to eat it?" Zhang Tan. "Are you F***king insulting my intelligence?" "Forget it. This bun is pretty good. It's made with good pork. I can tell." Feng Xiaokong finished the bun in his hand in a few bites. He then squatted down and looked at the grass in front of Zhang Tan. "Do you know why this grass is called plantain?" Feng Xiaokong asked. Zhang Tan paused in the middle of plucking the grass. He really didn't know about this. Perhaps it was because it was too common, so he didn't pay much attention to it. In ancient times, whether it was official carriages, private carriages, ox carts, horse carriages, rickshaws, wedding carriages, torture carriages, or war chariots, there would always be this kind of grass on the side of the road. However, why did it have to be called plantain grass and not plantain grass or plantain grass? There was a story that had to be mentioned. In the Han Dynasty, there was a famous general called Ma Wu. He was defeated in a battle. Coincidentally, there was a drought, and all the crops died. His troops retreated to the wilderness where there was no sign of human habitation. Many people and horses died of thirst. Those who did not die also fell ill and peed blood. Later, a coachman found that a few horses were no longer peeing blood, and they were very energetic. They no longer looked sickly. After observing them, he found that these horses were eating a kind of wild grass. He tried it himself, and his condition was much better. Ma Wu asked him where he found the grass. The coachman said that it was in front of the carriage. Ma Wu laughed and said, "What a good plantain grass." Zhang Tan listened to Feng Xiaokong's story of the plantain grass. He raised his paw and plucked the grass with wrinkled leaves. He really didn't expect this grass to have such a story and medicinal value. However, after listening to Feng Xiaokong's story, this person also had a lot of feelings for the plantain grass. After telling the story of Ma Wu and the plantain grass, Feng Xiaokong looked into the distance. On the other side of the pond, behind the brick wall with grass and vines growing on it, there were a few wisps of smoke floating in the air. The smell of oil that belonged to a farmer's family was overflowing. My grandfather said that he was like this grass. It was so common that it could be found anywhere, and it was easy to find. However, at the right time, it could display its brilliance and make people unable to forget it. Hey, speaking of which, when I was young, I used this grass to cure my mumps. Before that, I never thought that the grass that I stepped on every day would become my own medicine. The driver who came out of the farmer's house saw third young Master Feng squatting beside the cat and talking to himself. He suddenly understood why the other members of the Feng family had a helpless expression when they talked about third young Master Feng. Sometimes, Third young Master Fong looked like a lunatic and unreliable. However, at the right time he was sharp enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the chairman of the Xiaoguang group. Everyone in the Fong family knew that every time Fong Xiaokong's career hit a low point or when he was unable to make a decision regarding the important development plans of the group, he would disappear for a period of time. He would say that he was on a business trip to the outside world, but in fact, he was going out alone to travel or simply stroll around. Every time Fong Xiaokong returned, the Xiaoguang group would experience a huge leap. The driver shook his head. Ordinary people couldn't understand this way of thinking. After he finished speaking, Fong Xiaokong got up and stretched his legs. Then he walked towards the farmer's house while singing a little tune. Walking on the small road in the countryside, the old cow returning at dusk is my companion. Zhang Tan stretched his body and looked at the gradually darkening sky as he walked back. 2 days later, Fong Xiaokong finally decided to leave. When he left, he also bought some local specialties, especially the buns made by the farmer's house. Fong Xiaokong liked it very much and also brought them along to eat on the way. Finally, it was time to leave. Zhang Tan didn't sleep much the night before or during the day. The main reason was that he was too excited. From here to Chuhua City, if they took the highway, it would take more than 3 hours. If they left in the morning, they would arrive at Chuhua City at noon. They could have lunch there. After all, Chuhua City was a big city. Even if they arrived at the city at noon, it would still take more than 40 minutes to get to Chuhua University. This was under the condition that there was no traffic jam. If there was a traffic jam, it would take even longer. Therefore, when they arrived at noon, they first found a place to have lunch. During lunch, Fong Xiaokong left for a while. When he reappeared, he was wearing a business suit and leather shoes. His hair was combed neatly and not a single strand was out of place. His entire aura had changed. He had the aura of an elite and looked like a boss. He was really pretentious. He didn't know where he put that big backpack. Fong Xiaokong had a new phone in his hand with a new color screen. He didn't know where he hid the previous one. The driver knew that if a similar situation happened again, third young Master Fong would be prepared to leave the house. The set of equipment that he put away would definitely be used again. On the way to Chuhua University, Zhang Tan listened to Fong Xiaokong talk nonsense with a few bosses in Chuhua City on his phone. He thought about the person who played the guitar and sang, "Go square in the square. Clothes make the man." He was indeed extraordinary. When they passed by a crossroad, they happened to run into a red light. The car stopped in front of the zebra crossing. Zhang Tan stood up and looked to the side. A silver-gray private car slowly drove over. Zhang Tan looked at it. Why did it look so familiar? When the silver-gray car stopped beside Zhang Tan's off-road vehicle at the red light, Zhang Tan saw the person in the driver's seat. At the same time, the person in the driver's seat seemed to have sensed him and turned his head to look at him. Human eyes met cat eyes. F***CK. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. So it was this guy. Zhang Tan clenched his claws and scurried from the back seat to the front passenger seat. There was a box of local specialties on the front passenger seat. Zhang Tan stood on it and narrowed his eyes to look at the person through the window. The person in the silver-gray car was Ren Chong. However, Professor Ren Chong was no longer the person who pretended to be a gentleman. He looked very tired, depressed, and unwilling. Anyone who was forced to leave would be like this, let alone someone like Ren Chong, who always prided himself on being superior and an elite who returned from overseas. Not to mention whether he had any self-esteem or not, with Ren Chong's unwillingness to admit defeat and his unscrupulous nature, how could he calm down after being forced to such a state? How could he not hate? He gritted his teeth. The strong hatred made his face contort. Just as he was thinking about how to retaliate, he turned his head and saw the black cat outside the window. At this moment, Ren Chong felt as if he had been thrown into a tank of liquid nitrogen and would shatter with a single tap. His hatred was replaced by fear. Ren Chong was sure that the cat in the car next door was the one that belonged to Associate Professor Zhao. Although there were many black cats that looked like this one, looking at the way it squinted its eyes, there was no doubt that it was that cat. However, wasn't this cat caught by the cat trafficker and disposed of? Why would it appear here? Why would it appear again? Ren Chong didn't understand and didn't want to believe it. Zhang Tan looked at Ren Chong. He already knew that he was caught because of this person in front of him. He was the culprit who almost turned him into a hot pot. Even if Jiao Pa and the others didn't say it explicitly, Zhang Tan still analyzed it himself. If he wasn't locked in the car and Ren Chong's window was closed, Zhang Tan would definitely jump over and beat this bastard hypocrite to death. F***CK, what did my cat do to piss you off? You actually hired a professional cat trafficker to catch me, and even used a tranquilizer gun. If it weren't for my special body, I would have been anesthetized to death. Also, the street in the south is full of cat meat restaurants. It's simply a physical and mental torture. Zhang Tan looked at Ren Chong with a murderous look. It raised its paw and swiped at its neck. Ren Chong's face immediately turned pale. What kind of cat could make such a murderous and threatening move? Ren Chong had never seen it before. Even when he found someone to dispose of the cat, it was just a guess. But now, he really noticed the strangeness of this cat. Then, his mind was filled with the black cat's movements just now. Every detail of its movements was magnified in his mind. The murderous look in its eyes, the sharp claws, and the swipe in the air. It felt like it was swiping at his neck. It felt cold. Ren Chong shuddered. Just then, the light turned green and the SUV started. Ren Chong's car was still in the same place. The cars behind began to honk to urge him, but Ren Chong didn't know. His back was now covered in cold sweat. The things that had happened in the past few days had drained him. He often had nightmares at night, all about the black cat. Every time he woke up, he could comfort himself that the cat had been disposed of and that he didn't need to worry. But he didn't expect to meet the cat here. Bang bang bang. The sound of knocking on the car window brought Ren Chong back to reality. King Drive. What are you doing here? Did you bring your brain? It's red light again. F***CK. A car owner took advantage of the red light to come out of the car and knock on the door. When the green light turned green again, Ren Chong was still a little out of it. He should have turned left, but he kept driving. When he reacted, he hurriedly made a sharp turn. He didn't control the car well and directly hit the roadside lamp.